want it! I don't want it!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat. When we're doing Hacker Frogs After School today, we're doing Hacker Frogs Free Hacking. We're doing all the hacking things. All right, so we've got some messages in chat already. So RoboPimp asks, "What's your favorite hacker film or show?" I'm pretty partial towards Mr. Robot. It's probably my favorite depiction of hacking in media. It's not super unrealistic, and it's a pretty good show overall. Let's see. Ethereal says, smiley face. No worries. Nice to see you here, Ethereal. Okay, so let's talk about what we're gonna be doing today. So each one of these live streams, we like to do 4 topics. This is what we do, and today is Wednesday, October 15th, and what are we doing today? We're going to be doing Hack the Web. This is a series of CTF games, which are hacker games, which are all about using cybersecurity skills to get secret information. So that's first. We're going to be doing that for the first hour. In the second hour, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School Web App Hacking session number 4. So we've been at this web app hacking for a while, and we're going to be learning some new techniques to do web app hacking in the second hour of today's stream. This is the educational portion of the stream in the second hour. Please look forward to that. So in the third hour of today's stream, we're going to be doing some demonstrations from our favorite cybersecurity education platform, PicoCTF. And we're going to be demonstrating a couple of challenges over there. And then after the demos are over, we're probably going to do some new challenges. Okay, so Ben says, "I thought hacking was just sending a fake email with malware in it." Well, I mean, there's a lot of different techniques for hacking. Hacking is just a big umbrella term, and all hacking doesn't necessarily have to do with technology. Hacking is just taking advantage of a system. So if you've got like a system and you can interact with it in a way that is not intended, but it gets you some sort of benefit, that's hacking. It doesn't necessarily have to be something to do with a computer. You can hack the tax system, you can hack the legal system, you can hack any system as long as it's complicated enough. Okay, so let's see. So that's topic number 3, and that's going to be in the third hour of today's stream. In the last hour of today's stream, we're going to be going over to the training.olicyber.it platform over here. So it's an Italian cybersecurity platform, but we can do Google Translate, which means that we can get access to these challenges over here. We're going to be doing some freeform challenges over there, and that's going to be the 4th and 5th hour of today's stream. So without further ado, let's get going with the first hour. I'll put 60 minutes on the clock, and we'll get started. Okay, so if you're new to the Hack the Web website, you can find it over here. It's in German, so we like to do a lot of international stuff. Well, it's not that we like to do international stuff. It's just that sometimes this stuff is international, and that's why we have to make use of our translation tools. So if you log out of the website, let me show you what it looks like. So over here, initially the site is in German, but that's okay because they've got a little button over here that switches the language over to English. So over on the left-hand side, the right-hand side, you can switch the language from DE, which is German, to EN, which is English. And if you don't have an account over there, you can use the test account. So the credentials are these ones over here. So demo and HTW123 are the username and password if you want to try it out, if you don't have an account already. So I recommend making an account on this website. They've got a lot of good, easy CTF challenges. CTF challenges are basically cybersecurity challenges that teach about hacking skills. So you start at the start challenge, and then gradually you're going to unlock a bunch of other challenges over here. They start off very, very easy, but we've solved all the really, really easy ones already, so we are only stuck with the more difficult ones. So I wonder, Halloween daily challenge. Huh, interesting. So let's see, October 25th to 31st. And I guess those haven't started yet, but yeah. All right, so what are we going to be doing today? So we've got the community area over here, and maybe we'll try one of the challenges from here. So this one is called Ticket, and this is challenge number 306. If you want to access the challenge, it's over at this link. You'll need to be logged in to the website with the demo account if you want to follow along with us. Okay, so for each one of these challenges, before we solve it, we're going to try to do a little write-up. So in cybersecurity, they say that if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So we're going to be doing a little write-up here. We're going to start one at least. And so this one is going to be challenge number 306. And the challenge is called Ticket. So we're just going to create a little file over here over at GitHub. And if you're interested in taking a look at the GitHub for the HackerFrogs program, this is it over here. It's got a lot of good information over there. It's got all of our write-ups. It's got all the stuff that we've been doing on the stream. Okay, so we're going to record the URL. We're going to record the category that the challenge would fall under if it was in a regular CTF challenge, the concept of the challenge, the ideas that we need to understand to solve the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. So this is the link. We'll record this. And the category we don't know yet. Let's take a look at the challenge. So the challenge here says, to access this task, you need to show your ticket on the following page. Please show your ticket. Your access code is this over here. The code must be submitted in the form of a QR code. Then you will receive the answer. The code must be submitted in the form of a QR code. So we need to take this information and turn it into a QR code. We've never seen this challenge before, so we're just going to try solving the challenge on our own. So I'm pretty sure there are a bunch of different tools for making QR codes. So I'm going to copy the information here, and then I'll start looking for something like QR code creator. So QR code generator, I'm not too sure what the best app to use is. We'll try this one, QR.io. So QR code generator, let's see, complete the content, enter your website. So we just want to, you know what, we could probably do this with some code. Actually, you know, before we think about this, we should probably take a look at the challenge again. And please show your ticket. So show your ticket on the following page. We've got another page still to take a look at. And everybody, even if you don't have access to the challenge here, I'll give you the information you need to solve the challenge. So this is the website that you need to access, and this is the information you need to put in the QR code. This over here. Okay, so what is this? So you need to upload a PNG file. So the PNG file needs to be a QR code which contains the information. Okay, so we could probably do this in Python. Let's take a look. We'll do a little search. Python create QR code PNG. We'll just do a little search. Okay, to create a QR code and save it as a PNG by using Python, you can utilize the QR code library. First, ensure that you have the QR code library installed. We probably don't have the QR code library installed, but that's okay. We can probably create it in a virtual environment. But let me just check to see if we have this module installed. We do have it installed. That's actually kind of Surprising. Okay, so we can create a little Python script. Uchikara says, why not qr.io? So qr.io, let's see what is going on here. So link text, I think the text needs to be just the Dodo Airlines thing, right? We probably want to document 2 different ways of solving this challenge anyways. So we'll download the QR code. To download the QR code, you need to make a free account. Okay, well, I mean, we don't want to make a free account. Can we download this? Download QR code. Can we take a screenshot? Can we do something here? Okay, so I mean, if we want to use a web app, we're not going to use that one because that one requires us to create an account, and we don't want to do that. Screen cap and crop, we could. I mean, I'd rather just use a free tool. So QR code creator. So there's this one. We don't want to use this one. How about QR code generator? So hopefully this doesn't make us, create an account. So let's see, text. So we're just going to, just accept the cookies. Okay, so this is what we want to make. We want to, it downloads as JPEG, but we probably want to convert that into a PNG. Good. So can we free sign up with Google? Nope. There's no make it for free stuff, huh? That's okay. You know what? We can go ahead and use the Python code instead. Okay, then you can use the following Python code. So use the Python code. Data to be encoded in the QR code. Data is going to be create a QR-like object. Sure. Let's grab this code, and then we can create it in Nano. So we can just go over to, I don't know. We'll call this QR code make.py. This is Python. Paste this in. So we're assuming that all the code here works because, I mean, most of the time when you use AI to write something or to create some code, the more common the code is, the more likely the AI is going to get it correct. So if you ask the AI to do something very long, or if you ask the AI to do something that's very unusual, it's more likely to get the code incorrect. So in this case, the data is just going to be a string, and the string is going to be the Dodo thing. There's a QR code utility in Linux. Is there? Uchikara, if you know what the command is called, let me know. Okay, but in the meantime, let me grab the information here. We'll paste it in, and then we'll save this file. We'll run the QR code maker. Code saved as myqrcode.png. Okay, so we're going to upload this to the web page, and it is over where? Here. No? Where is that web page? Here it is. Okay, so we're going to browse. We're going to go to our current location. It's the temp directory, I think. My QR code, open it up, upload, and the answer is Animal Crossing. Okay, so we managed to successfully Brew. Hello, nice to see you here. Are you winning, son? We just solved the challenge here, so I guess that does qualify as winning. Anyways, let's try submitting this to the challenge. And this is correct. Okay, great. But unknown, let's see, there's a QR code in my Linux, but I don't know the availability in other distros. So let me, I mean, we could search for this. QR code creator Linux. Okay, there are QR encode. So QR encode. I mean, I'm not sure if we have this installed or not. No, this is not installed, but we could install it. Well, I mean, let's give it a try. Okay, and then we would have to figure out how to use QR encode. QR encode. And how do we use this thing? So encode input data into a QR code and save it as a PNG or EPS image. So output file name, so -o. So we'll output this as HackerFrogs.png, say, and then we want to put in some data. So how can we put in the data? Input data. If it is not specified, data will be taken from standard input. Okay, so the string that we're going to supply to the command is the, what is it? The Dodo thing. Dodo Airlines. This thing right here. Okay, so does that create a PNG in here called hackerfrog.png? Okay, that's great. Okay, so let's try submitting this as well. So this is the web page. We'll go back. We will browse. We will select the new PNG, and I wonder, these QR codes look different, but I guess depending on the method that's used to create the QR codes, they can look different and contain the same information. Okay, great. So we managed to do it using another tool as well. All right, so to finish thank you very much for letting us know about that tool, Uchikara. Thank you. All right, let's go back to the challenge. Sorry, let's go over to the write-up. So the write-up is here. And what category would we call this if this was in a regular CTF competition? I mean, this would be in the general category, let's be honest. The concept is creating a QR code. So the method of solve, we've got a couple of options. So the first option is to use Linux tools. So Linux tools. We can use the, what is it called? QR encode tool to create a PNG to give to the challenge web app. Okay, and so we'll just specify the command that we use here. The command we use is this one. Okay, so it could be any, let's just call it my QR code.png, sure. And so the other method is to use a Python code. So the Python code to create the thing is over here, QR code make.py, and this is it. So we're just going to paste this in, okay? And the answer is Animal Crossing. Okay, so that's one challenge done. That's great. I mean, it's good if we can finish a couple of these challenges at least, and we're not stuck on one challenge for the entirety of the hour. Anyways, let's move over to another challenge then. Okay, so let's continue. And the next one, how about sound space mental arithmetic treasure hunt? Let's try treasure hunt. That sounds like a very stereotypical CTF name, or a CTF challenge name rather. Okay, so everybody, if you want to check this out, you can check it out at this link. So let's go ahead and start creating that write-up file. And you know what? While we're solving the challenges, we can put on a little bit of music. Let's grab this soundtrack. All right, if you ever think that the music is too loud or too soft, let me know and I'll adjust the volume. Okay, so this one is called 320 and it's called what? Treasure Hunt? Okay, so like all the other challenges, we need to record a couple of things. So the URL of the challenge, the category that the challenge would fall under, the concept we need to understand to finish the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so the first thing is the URL. So we just need to record the URL and then we can start the challenge. RoboPimp asks, "Are you self-taught or do you have a comp sci degree?" I don't have a comp sci degree. I have a fine arts degree. So I am I graduated from university with a bachelor's of fine arts with a concentration in illustration. So I don't have a computer science degree. Anyways, so I am completely self-taught. So can you test my treasure hunt? I'm not sure if it's too difficult. You'll need to take the first letter of each solved word. The largest online encyclopedia. So this is an OSINT challenge. So OSINT is basically using open source intelligence, so publicly known information, to solve some sort of challenge. You have to take the first letter of each solved word. So this is the largest online encyclopedia, that's Wikipedia, so that's W. To delay, to allow data to travel from one point to another. Delay to allow data to travel from one point to another. That's latency, right? Okay, so if we didn't know, we could probably just Google search this. What is a word that means this thing? Okay, the word you're looking for is latency. So, I mean, I kind of guessed that the word was latency myself, but, okay, so WL, a finite, unambiguous set of instructions. A finite, unambiguous set of instructions. I mean, I guess we're just looking for, like, we're just Google searching definitions at this point. Scorpion asks, how safe are CTFs? Is it recommended to use a virtual machine or something for them? So most of the time, it really depends on how trustworthy the CTF site is. So if you use, like, you know, well-known CTF sites, then you don't have to worry as much, because they're very interested in keeping things as safe as possible and to maintain their reputation. So if you go over to, like, PicoCTF or Try Hack Me or Hack the Box, these are all reputable sources, and you don't need to worry so much about CTF challenges that come from these places. So I'm pretty sure I haven't encountered anything that could be dangerous in the CTF challenges that I've encountered over at this site, Hack the Web, which is a German site. So you just need to... Bennett says, what does number 3 say I don't have glasses on? Number 3 says a finite, unambiguous set of instructions. So let me copy this. This is what it says. So finite, unambiguous set of instructions. A set of instructions is... I'm not too sure. Okay, so what is a word that means this? A finite, unambiguous set of instructions. Programming? A program. What is a finite set of instructions? An algorithm is a finite set of instructions that accomplishes a particular task. So, I mean, the answer could be algorithm. So, WLA, and then number 4. A machine learning model inspired by a human brain's structure. So we're talking about a neural network or something, but we can look this up. So an artificial neural network, I'm guessing that the word they're looking for is neural network. So WLAN, I guess it's WLAN. Okay, let's see if this is it. WLAN is correct. I mean, I wouldn't say that this was it was a pretty easy challenge. It was a pretty easy challenge. The way we solved the challenge is just a bunch of Google searching, but I guess that's the case for these OSINT challenges. So let's go ahead and record this. So this is an OSINT challenge. The concept is just looking up facts in facts and definitions in a search engine, or I don't know, you could use a chatbot, an LLM chatbot as well. Okay, method of solve. So use your favorite search engine to do a little bit of research about each of the 4 questions. Okay, and then we'll do answer 1 is Wikipedia. Answer 2 is, what was it again? Robopin asks, what are you dressing up as for Halloween? I'm not sure yet. I'll be thinking about it maybe over the weekend, maybe over the coming week. Okay, so this is number 2 is latency.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up and get.
Thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet, Uchikara. Thank you very much. Okay, answer 3 is, what was it? Algorithm. And answer 4 is neural network. So the full answer is WLAN. Okay, so algorithm and neural. Yeah. Okay, so let's commit these changes. We'll see if we can do... I like that the challenges are not super difficult for these community ones over here. Let's go ahead and go back. We'll try solving a few more of these. How about transposed? Transpose. This sounds like it might be a little bit difficult, but oh, you know what? I've seen this before. Okay, but anyways, we'll do this one next. Okay, so let's start our write-up. This one's called like transposed, right? 318. So if you've done a lot of cryptography challenges before, you've seen a lot of different methods for sending secret information. They're called ciphers, or they're called classical ciphers specifically because they're ciphers that don't require the use of a computer to solve. So we got our URL, we've got our category. So this one we know is actually cryptography. We've got our concept, and I'm pretty sure this has to do with the rail fence cipher, but I might be wrong. Okay, so let's take a look at the challenge. So here it says, sometimes you need to jump to one side of the fence. Either you replace certain characters with other characters to encode your secret text, which is called substitution, or you do not replace characters but only move them around, which is called transposition. So what we're dealing with here is a type of cryptographic cipher which does transposition, so it just jumbles around all of the letters in the message. And this is the jumbled message. So if you know what type of cipher was being used, then you can get the answer. So this is the message right here. You can go ahead and try to solve this yourself and translate it. But if not, then let me talk a little bit about what's going on. Okay, let's call this the text editor. Let's make it a different color. Okay, so this is the message that that we're translating over here. we need to change around the order. And I actually covered this in one of my HackerFrogs classes. Let's see if I can bring it up. So the HackerFrogs class on cryptography. It might be in the second Classical Ciphers Part 1. Okay, so let's see. Classical ciphers, Rot 13 cipher, Caesar cipher. Okay, it's not this one. It's probably the next one. Just a second, everybody. Cryptography, this is going to be session number 3. Okay, the Vigenary cipher, the rail fence cipher. So we're actually talking about the rail fence cipher in this case. So let's talk about the rail fence cipher. So another well-known classical cipher is the rail fence cipher, which is not a substitution cipher, but rather a transposition cipher. So we talked about transposition. We jumble up all the letters. The easiest transposition cipher that we can think of is if we've got, if this is the secret message, we would type this out backwards. So the backwards, well, actually, we can do this very easily using a Linux command. So the Linux command we would use is called rev. Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you very much for following Julie Burns. Julie Burns, thank you. And welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so if we run rev on this is a secret message, it prints it out backwards. And this is an example of transposition. So the data is not substituted, it's just moved around. And this is the this is the concept in the rail fence cipher as well. So transposition ciphers are ciphers where the context of the plain text are rearranged to form the ciphertext. So this is the classic example over here. So HackerFrogs, the plain text, becomes HackerFrogs backwards as the ciphertext. So the plain text string has been reversed to form the ciphertext. So in this case, we're using the rail fence method or the rail fence cipher to encode this one over here. So if the plaintext message is, the secret message is HackerFrogs rule, the ciphertext would become this. So the secret message is HackerFrogs rule. So it's basically taking each one of these letters and putting them on a grid. And the grid will either have, well, it'll have like a different number of what are these called? They're a different number of rows depending on how you want to arrange the letters. So if you've got more rows, then you need to, the message is going to become something completely different. So you just take this column of letters after the plain text has been enciphered and then put it over here, and then the second row we take all the letters and put them here, and then the third row we put them over here. So the number of rows over here are called rails, and this is the key for the rail fence cipher. So we can very easily get the answer for this challenge by going over to the challenge, and we get this over here. We copy it, and then we can use an online tool. Zen asks, do you know of any hacking competitions for beginners like PicoCTF? I mean, Zen, if you would probably use PicoCTF as your beginner CTF platform. If you don't want to use PicoCTF and you want to use some other stuff instead, You can use something like OLIcyber.it. Of course, you can just translate the website. Let me demonstrate. So we've got all these challenges on OLIcyber. If we go over the challenges, we've got something like 700 different challenges you can try. But the thing is that everything is in Italian. But on our modern web browsers, we can go over to the application menu over here, and we can select this over here. It's called, what is it called? It's called Translate Page. So it's just an option in the web browser. So translate from Italian to English. Click on Translate, and then everything will be translated from Italian to English, and you can just use the website normally. So yeah, so my suggestion is if you want to try out something that's like PicoCTF but not exactly like it, you would do training.olicyber.it. Okay, so where were we? We were talking about translating this thing. So Rail Fence Cipher Online. So Rail Fence Cipher Online tool. So I mean, there's a bunch of different websites that'll help you do encryption and decryption. Okay, so Rail Fence Cipher, we're going to do decrypt. So type here, and then we're going to start messing around with the rails. So we don't know how many rails were used to create the rail fence in this case. We can just play with it. Okay, so it is actually 4 rails. Of course, transposition cipher is only useful if you encode enough text so that you can't deduce the word from the letters. Otherwise, you could recognize the answer immediately. It is Gartenzaun. This is a German word, I'm pretty sure. Let's figure it out. Translate.google.com. So we are very international over here at HackerFrogs. Okay, so it sure is taking its sweet time. Okay, so we're translating from German. Garden fence. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Since this is a rail fence cipher. Okay, so rail fence cipher. We can just use this website over here. I'm pretty sure there's probably like a very simple Python. Well, probably not that simple, but we can probably do this in Python as well. I mean, if I were to ask over here, over, good old ChatGPT, I want to create a simple Python script that takes in a message and decrypts it using the rail fence cipher. Let's have it brute force the number of rails. Uchkar says the first word, 4 letters and 2 letters in the middle. Repeat. I think I know the first word. No, ignore me. I don't know. The thing is that solving the rail fence cipher manually is a big pain in the butt. It is a tremendous pain in the butt to do manually, or at least I think so. So usually I would use some sort of tool to decrypt from railfence. Okay, so I guess ChatGPT is also not very responsive right now. That's okay. We'll start doing our write-up anyways. Method of solve. So this message is encrypted using the transposition cipher. Rail fence. We can use a web app to decrypt it for us, and I guess we can supply the name of the website over here. But in fact, there's a lot of different websites we can use to get this done. RoboPimp says sad face. I'm not too sure why sad face. Let me know. Okay, so we can use a web app over here. We can also use, let's see. I guess another thing I can do is I can demonstrate what rail fence looks like just creating the message with something really short. Secret word. So say that secret word is our plain text, and we want to do it across three rails over here. So we start up here, S E C R E T W O R D. So this is what it would look like across 3 rails. So what we need to do is we need to take the letters on each column and then put them all together. So this becomes... Oh, no worries, no worries. Zen says, what are your thoughts on international students seeking cybersecurity jobs in the US right now? And is it difficult for them to find such positions? International students looking for cybersecurity jobs? I mean, if you're a student, then you're not... Student implies that you're still in school. Are you talking about people who are about to graduate from their programs and then applying for jobs in the US? I think that's not... It's going to be very difficult because US companies, they usually prioritize people who are already in the United States or people who are United States citizens. Yeah, or maybe internship. If you're part of a program that gives you an internship at a cybersecurity company, it's usually going to be an internship for a company it's almost always going to be an internship for a company that's in your own country. And in that case, it's a very good opportunity to get a job after the internship is over. The best part about going to a university to learn about cybersecurity is if they give you an internship, because internships usually give you a much higher chance of getting hired by a company. I mean, it's not guaranteed, but that's in my opinion the strongest part of going to school for cybersecurity. Anyways, okay, so this is an example of rail fence. So secret word becomes this string over here if you apply it with... Did I type in too many letters? Secret word. No, I didn't. Okay, that's... I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so let's get back to ChatGPT. So ChatGPT didn't get back to us. 187, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome in. Let's give everybody a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
So very often I find that ChatGPT gets stuck on my Firefox browser. I just want to make sure that all right, so it's a pretty long script, but let's actually test to see if it gets it done. Okay, so let's get out of here. We'll do another coding window. Door read. Question regarding the question before. I know it's off topic maybe, but as a European, would you go or apply to a job in the US if you have a safe place here in Europe? Well, I mean, the only reason I would apply to a job in the United States is if I could get a remote position. But that's kind of a really high ask for most tech companies right now, because most tech companies are requiring people to come back into the office. So it would be difficult. Let's call this railfence.py. Paste in the code. Alright, so let's see if we can solve the challenge using this Python code. So Python, and we need to supply the message. So the message, let me get it from the website. Would you apply to a job in the US if you already have a safe place here in Europe? So if you're in Europe, the most ideal thing to do would be to apply to a job in the United States in a remote role. If you can't do that, then it really depends on the city. I would gravitate towards larger cities. Of course, you know, your cost of living is going to be a lot higher in those bigger cities, but you're going to enjoy yourself a lot more. Gakkin Sternblade says, I would disagree with Chaihan on the amount of remote workouts there, so I still see a lot of that. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not super well informed as far as the current job market because I'm not currently looking for a job. I've heard that there are not very many remote positions available, but go out there and look for them. But Gakkin, thank you and welcome to the stream. I appreciate all discourse on the inside the stream. What are these? Rails? Wow, that's a lot of Rails. Okay, so all right, so it looks like it was able to brute force out the solution here. Gartenzaun. Okay. Dorreed says, got it, don't want to stress it here. Thank you. No worries, Dorreed. If you've got questions about other cybersecurity topics, it doesn't matter if it's super off topic or not. If it is super off topic and I don't think I can cover talking about it currently, then I'll tell you that. Okay, so let's go back. Let's just supply the answer first. So the answer is Gartenzaun. Okay, and we'll also supply a Python solution. This script brute forces a string with, what was it, 200 rails of the rail fence cipher. Okay, so Gakkin also says, companies are trying to pull back, but there is still a large amount of remote work. As far as having a safe place in Europe and applying for a US job, why are you looking if you have a safe place? I mean, maybe they're looking for a good opportunity. They might be looking for, you know, they might leave whatever, you know, place they have right now if they can earn a lot of money with a good company. Okay, so let's go ahead and go down to the bottom, cat out the Python script. So if I was very concerned about learning coding to solve the challenges, then of course you would spend a lot more time trying to understand what the code is doing. But in my case, I'm just trying to get these challenges done. Okay, I think we've got time for at least one more challenge. Let's see. Gakkin says, by the way, I got my Kali VirtualBox stood up, but the Omarchy VB just locks after selecting the OS. Omarchy VB. Oh, you're talking about VirtualBox? Are you which virtualization software are you doing? RoboFim says, are you handing out candy this Halloween, full size or bite size? Well, I mean, I live in I don't want to talk about my living situation because I don't want to, you know, give away what's happening. But anyways, we have given away candy before. They're usually bite-sized candy bars. Dorreed says, just for some interest, I feel IT jobs are unstable. Sometimes they're unstable and I have some opportunities. Yeah, money. Feel safe here. It's more political than technical. VirtualBox. Oh, okay. I mean, I've got I haven't had any problems using the VirtualBox image from GetKali. That is kalilinux.org. But you're probably looking at the same stuff as me. Okay, so what are we doing? Right, we just finished a challenge. Oh, we didn't we didn't submit the answer yet. All right, let's get the answer one more time. Gartenzaun. Okay, done. All right, let's do one more. We got mental arithmetic. We've got what is this called? Black sheep? Well, I mean, I like animals, so let's try black sheep. Okay, and if you want to try this out yourself, this is the link. It says, I was bored today, so I wrote a few characters into this text file, but I believe I made a mistake. Find the mistake and provide its position as the answer. Okay, so in ABC, A is the first position. Find the mistake. Okay, let's start our write-up. It's called Black Sheep. What is the 343? Okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay, and let's see. Gaggan says, I guess the definition of safe place is where I was questioning an attempt to get some answers. Okay, I always look because you never know if your dream job is around the corner. I mean, the worst that can happen is that they give you an offer and you have to make a decision. Can we agree, but the safe place means like 15 years in a safe job. Oh, okay. So you're currently working in a stable job. I mean, yeah, if you have a stable job, then you probably want to and you know, if you're very comfortable, then you're not going to be looking for a new job, but you can always look for those remote positions, because remote positions, they don't have very much risk as far as uprooting yourself and going to another country. But yeah. Okay, so let's start solving the challenge. I got bored today, so I wrote a few characters into this text file. Okay, so everybody, here's the text file link if you want to play along with us. There it is. And let's download this to our current directory. Good old wget. Okay, so what's in this? What's in this file? It's one line, huh? That's, yeah, this looks like something you'd create if you were really bored. Okay, so if we just cat the thing out, then it's just a big it's just a big line? It's just a big line. Okay, so if we do word count on this thing, this is 30,002 characters. 30,002 characters. And it's a single line. You know what? Let's take a look at this in XXD. So XXD will give us a hex dump of the file. And we're probably gonna see that most of the characters in the file are the same except for maybe one. So these are all 2Ds. 2D, 2D, 2D. And we need to get the line that doesn't contain... the line that contains something that is not 2D. So I'm not exactly sure how to look for that. Whatever the character is, it's probably going to look like... Oh, here it is. Yeah, okay. So we got some dots in here. So what are they looking for? Find the mistake and provide its position as the answer. So the position is which character in here... Let him... Gen X, hello, nice to see you here. And let's see. Dorreed says, of course you never know. There's a person... You've always been thinking about it. Off topic. Thanks for taking your thoughts. No worries, Dorreed. No worries. Lenham, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing some random CTF challenges. So... How do we look for a break in the pattern here? So we see in the hex dump, it's just a bunch of 2Ds. We need to figure out, first of all, where in the file, or what kind of tools we can use to find this break. Okay, so we'll try Googling around for the answer. Where was I? Okay, so let's try asking Claude. Okay, Claude. We have a file where the input is all the same ASCII character. And that ASCII character is what? It's, what was it, 2D? 2D. And we want to find where in the file there are other hex bytes. So how would we look for this? We would try to identify some sort of pattern. I wonder what tool it would be. It would probably be something like sed or awk. These are the common text transformation tools. We would probably combine this with some sort of regex. But so I mean, how could we find this? We could also try using grep. So grep v. The pattern is not this character. Now, a real question. Let's see. Claude or Anthropic is good, or ChatGPT. Which? Oh, okay. So you're looking for which model is better at doing what? In truth, I haven't done a lot of testing, but I've heard that Claude is better at doing code, and ChatGPT is good for general tasks. But I do hear in general that Claude is better at creating code. Anyways, we'll supply the question over here. We can just try looking for opposite. Nope. Can we use grep like character by character? I guess Claude is doing better, but this may change in the future. I mean, the AI is changing very quickly. So from week to week and month to month, the answers could change. We've got ads running on the Twitch stream, so we'll run them on YouTube. And you know what? Here's a rare bird. So here's a bird you don't see very often. Where is it? Here we go. Okay, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. Just need to have a little sip of water. Okay, so I mean, I guess grep isn't the way to do this. Here are several methods defined where different bytes appear in a file full of hex 2D, which is the dash character. So let's see. So grep v, okay, so we're looking for a pattern where this isn't the case. That's actually very interesting. Okay, so or find any byte that is not 2D. Okay, so grep anything that's not this. All right, well, let's give it a shot. These birds look so realistic. That's because they're from my video camera footage. Okay, so this is where it occurs. So we just need to identify what this would be in decimal. So this is the address here. So the address is here, and so if you take a look at the hex dump here, at the very beginning of the file, it counts the characters in hexadecimal. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. So 16, each one of these is 16 characters. We need to figure out what this thing is, this number. I mean, we can probably do some multiplication. We can just do hex to decimal. So what it's worth, for using Emacs, you can use the hex L mode to find the index. I think I know the answer. I don't use Emacs, unfortunately. Okay, so convert this. This is this number. So this is the number starting. And if this is the number starting this line right here, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 6 characters into here to get to this point. So we just need to add the number 6 to this, so it becomes 82. And that's where the discrepancy starts. So we'll try copying this. We'll try supplying this as the answer. Most calculators have a hexadecimal mode as well. So let me see, is there like a quick calculator on here? Calculator. Okay, so this is the Kali Linux calculator. It has to be good, right? It's a hacker calculator. Okay, so mode, basic, advanced, financial, programming. I mean, this is a programming calculator. We can switch this over to hexadecimal. But does this do conversions? Windows also has a programmer mode on their calculator. Yeah, I've used that one before. Okay, so this is the answer. Let's see if we can accept this. This is correct. Okay, so we just need to do our write-up, and then we'll wrap up for this section for the day. Okay, so this is I guess this is a general category. What's the concept here? The concept is identifying, what was it? Outlying patterns in identifying outlying patterns in data. Sure, let's call it that. The method of solve. So most of the file in this challenge contains the 0x2d byte, which is this in ASCII. Put in the hex number and then switch to decimal mode. Oh, can you do that? Let me check it out. Okay, so this is the hex number. we go over to the calculator. We paste in the number, and then we switch it over to decimal. Doesn't seem to work in here. But that's actually, if we calculate something, let's see, we're doing decimal 1 plus 1, good old, and then we switch this over to hexadecimal. Actually, we would probably want to do something that's beyond 16 digits. How about 9 plus 2? So that becomes 11, and then we switch it over to hexadecimal. Becomes B. Okay, so that works. That works. Good web programming calculator I used for a microcontroller class. Script post. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we can use the XXD program to get the hexadecimal, to get a hex dump, of the file. And this is the commander over here. We see most of the file has these hex contents. And it's this. Okay. To see which lines in the file don't have this pattern, we can pipe the XXD output to the grep command. Does Boolean, bitwise and Boolean shows bitmap. I haven't done very much. I haven't used programmer calculators very much, but you know, this is probably something I would have done a lot more of if I actually went to school for computer science, which I pointed out I didn't. Okay, so we're just going to grep v for the pattern. Which is this command. So in the output, we see that the anomalous data happens on this address. So the address is this. So there's probably like a quick command inside of Linux that also does translation from hexadecimal to decimal, right? Let's try asking. Okay. What is a Linux one-liner command that converts hexadecimal numbers to decimal? I'm pretty sure I've done this before. RoboPimp says coffee or tea, both. I'm currently drinking coffee. Sorry, I'm currently drinking tea most days, but I do switch over to coffee every once in a while. I guess most of the time tea is more convenient, but I drink loose leaf tea, and getting rid of the tea leaves is a bit of a pain. Okay, so echo. Oh, we can use the echo command. That's actually really cool. Printf, most portable. You can also use echo. So let's try echo. So if you use echo and you just plug this in with the 0x, Nice. Nice, this works. Okay. Oops. All right, let's finish the write-up. We can convert it using another Linux command. You can also add the position. Can we add the position? So is there an easy way to add the position in here? I mean, I'm just calculating it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters in. We also need to take into account that the different characters, the different bytes, occur 6 characters into the line. The answer is this thing, plus 6. Which is 1, 3, 7, 8, 2, 8, 2. Okay. All right, we're done. Let's go ahead and start into our next topic. And the next topic is going to be HackerFrogs AfterSchool Web App Basics Part 4, or Session 4. Okay. Let's switch up the overlays. We're doing topic 2 now. Topic 3 is on deck. And we'll do 60 minutes. All right. Let me get rid of this stuff over here because we don't need it anymore. So everybody, if you want to join along with us, Gak and Sternblades, have fun, gotta bounce. No worries, Gakken. Nice to see you here, and hope to see you next time. Okay, so if you want to join along with us, this is a link for all of the different challenges we're going to be doing in today's session. So just refer to that GitHub link, and let's begin. Okay, everybody, this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Web App Hacking Basics Part 4. So we're just going to turn off the music for this particular part of the session. Okay. So this is the 4th Intro to Web App Hacking workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following web app hacking concepts. So last time we talked about source code analysis. So this is the process of analyzing the code of a piece of software with the goal of deeper understanding regarding its function. So a lot of the applications that we've been looking at, they were written in PHP, which used to be a very, very popular web app, front-end web app coding language. So source code analysis is a very common technique used in software security but it requires that the software source code be readily available. So sometimes you have the source code, sometimes you don't have the source code. If you have the source code, it is better because then you can take a look at the source code for clues. We learned about URL parameters. URL parameters are variables attached to the end of URLs. They're very often used to send search queries to web servers, but they can also be used to retrieve other sorts of data as well. We learned about local file inclusion. So local file inclusion, otherwise known as LFI, is a web app vulnerability where arbitrary local web server files can be accessed through a web interface. So if you're able to use this vulnerability, you can potentially read other files that are on the computer that is hosting the website. Anyways, let's pick up where we left off. We left off at Natus level 8, and let me actually wait, it should be in here. Oh. Hold on. Are we doing Natus level 8 or are we doing Natus level 9? Let me take a look. Take a quick look. Okay, so Natus level 8. Let's take a look over here. We need a password. What was the password? let me get that. Okay, so web app stuff we're doing. Let me take a look at my notes. So session notes, and then this is for batch 1, web app hacking. The previous session was session number 3. Okay, so we finished Natus level 8, so we should be accessing Natus level 9. Okay. All right. So the so Natus level 9, the password is this. Let me supply it to everybody right now. Okay. So over here, Natus level 9, and username is Natus9, password is this thing, sign in. Was that wrong? Natus9, paste in the password. Okay, so this is the link for the web app we're looking at right now. So what's going on here? So it says find words containing something something, and they've got a little search button that we can press. We don't know what we're looking for, so we're just going to type in test, and it gets us a bunch of words that all have the word test in them because we're searching for test. So if we search for apple instead, then we get a bunch of words that have the word apple in them. So something is at play here. What we can do is we can take a look at the source code for this particular web application, and it's over here. So what we're looking at is more PHP code. As usual, we can identify the PHP code from these particular brackets. So the beginning of PHP code is going to start with a bracket question mark, and it's going to stop with a question mark bracket. So everything in between these brackets is going to be PHP code that is executed by the application. So in this case, this is the code. So key equals empty string. So key is a variable. If array key exists, needle request. So needle is what we're sending in our post request in this case. So key equals request needle, which means whatever we send via post request is going to become the key variable here. If key is not empty, or if we're not sending an empty string to the web application, it's going to run this function right here. It's called pass-through, and then we see that there's a Linux command that is being sent. So the important thing we have to understand here is what this pass-through function does. So if we go over here and do a little bit of research, PHP pass-through function, we're going to get our answer. So pass-through is execute an external program and display raw output. So the pass-through function is similar to the exec function in that it executes a command. This function should be used in the place of exec or system when the output for the Unix command is a binary data which needs to be passed directly to the browser. So what this essentially does is it runs a Linux command inside of the web browser. In this case, it's running grep I key dictionary.txt. So we're looking for a particular pattern inside of this file over here, dictionary.txt. Let's talk a little bit more about this. So in this level of the game, we're going to be doing a web app vulnerability called OS command injection. So operating system OS command injection is a web app vulnerability where arbitrary OS commands can be performed on a web server through a web interface. OS command injection is a serious vulnerability and can often lead to complete compromise of the web server. And if so, the web server can be used as a foothold to attack other machines on the network. So OS command injection is one of the most serious vulnerabilities a web application can have. So we're going to be passing along an OS command injection string to activate arbitrary commands on the web server. So we're going to explain what the payload is going to do, and these are the parts of the payload. So we've got a semicolon we're going to send to terminate a command. So what the command that is being run is this one right here. So grep I key dictionary.txt. Our user input is right here. So what we want to do is we want to shut down the grep I command with the semicolon, and then run our command, and our command is going to go like this. Cat the password for natis10. So we're running as the natis9 user, and we want to read the password for the natis10 user. So we're going to read it inside of the web server with this Linux command. So we know from previous experience. GX000, thank you very much for redeeming the Budweiser Frogs. Hello, and welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. How's your day going? Okay, so we're just explaining OS command injection on this application here, and we know from previous experience that all of the passwords for this web application are in this directory right here, natis_webpass. Uchikara, that's a great use of the Shy Hat emote. Thank you very much. Okay, so what was it? The cat command is going to read the files. This is the file path for the natis10 password file. So we're going to read the password file over here, and then we're going to nullify anything that follows. So if we were to run this command on our own system, we can actually try running this on our own system. Okay, so we've got our Kali Linux over here. Let's just pretend that we want to read something like this on our own Kali Linux system. We'll call this flag.txt. Okay, and then we're just going to do some OS command injection, and cat flag.txt. The rest of the command is, what was it? Dictionary.txt. And there was another command here as well. It was grep I. And this is the actual payload that we're supplying right here to make sure that the grep command fails, and then we read the flag.txt file. Okay, so we get an error message from the grep command over here, and we also get the flag. So I didn't know that you had emojis. Yeah, we do have emojis. I don't pay very much attention to them. I really should pay more attention to them for people to have more fun. What are we doing? Okay, so natis9. This is the payload. Hold on. So it's going to be, what was it? Semicolon cat etc natis_webpass natis10, and then use the hash symbol to comment out everything else. So this gets us the password for the next level. Everybody, if there's something about what we're doing here that you don't quite understand, let us know, and I'll try to explain in better detail what exactly is going on. Okay, so anyways, where was I? Let's move on to the next level. Okay, so this is natis10. Let me get that password. And if you're wondering what the website is that we're accessing, here it is over here. Sojul, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so what's going on here? It says, for security reasons, we now filter on certain characters. And okay, so we've got a web app again, and it looks like it's doing something very similar. So the web application is going to return a bunch of words, And let's see, how about frog? Bullfrog, frog, leapfrog. Okay, awesome. So we've got access to the source code again, so we can look at the source code. And we see here that the application is very, very similar to the previous level. So once again, we've got an empty key, and whatever we pass via our post request is going to become the key. So the only thing that's different about this level is that it is filtering on certain characters. Otherwise, what it's going to do is it's going to run the pass-through function to run a Linux command. So it's the same command, grep I key dictionary.txt, but we're also filtering for certain characters. So this is the function right here. It's called pregmatch. So if we do a little bit of research and we look at pregmatch function, okay, so the AI is probably going to give us a quicker overview. The PHP pregmatch function is used to perform regular expression matching. It searches a given subject string for a match to a pattern provided and returns an integer value indicating the number of matches found, either 0 or 1, as it stops after the first match. Okay. It also allows for the capturing of matching subpatterns into an optional matches array. So the only thing we need to really understand about this is that this is going to search whatever we send as user input for these characters over here. So the characters are the semicolon, the pipe, and the ampersand sign. So if it finds any of these, it's going to print out a message, input contains an illegal character, and it's not going to run the pass-through function. So this is our filter. So let's talk about how we can evade this filter. So when there's something getting in the way of your payload, it's called a filter. And in this case, we need to do what is called a filter bypass in order to get the payload to run. Okay, so let's talk about which payload we're going to be using. Actually, before we do that, let's do a little survey. So let's pretend that this is the command that's being run with the pass-through function, and these are the characters that we can't use. So how would we get a payload to run if we can't use these characters right here? And if we wanted to do the same OS command injection that we did previously, that looks kind of like this. So this is where our payload goes. So sometimes you don't need to do something very hacky in order to get your payload to run. And in fact, oh, we've got an ad running on Twitch right now. Okay, so when ads run on Twitch, we run them on YouTube, and we're also put on the birds. How about not a bird, but a happy squirrel? Here's a happy squirrel. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Enjoy the squirrel. Just need to take a little water break. So to everybody wondering what's going on here, so the squirrel is coming back and forth between these peanuts, and most of the time it's not just eating the peanuts, it's grabbing the peanuts and putting them in its mouth and then hiding them somewhere. So squirrels have all sorts of hiding spots that they use. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. The interesting thing about the grep command in this case is that the grep command can be run on multiple files at the same time. So in this case, we can't use the semicolon character because it gets flagged by the application. So we're going to delete that, and we can keep this the hash symbol here because we are allowed to use the hash symbol. So what we're going to do is we're going to run grep. We can't run cat. We're forced to run the grep command, and we can run it on flag.txt. So if we just run it on flag.txt, nothing appears. So what we can do is we have to supply a pattern, and the pattern we're going to supply is this. It's going to be the letter A. So if there's the letter A in flag.txt, we're gonna get the line with flag.txt, or this is the flag. So essentially, we're using the grep command as intended, but we're not running it on dictionary.txt, but whatever file we want to here. So if for some reason we looked for the letter B and it wasn't in here, we could try the letter C, the letter D, the letter E, etc., until we actually get a match. So this is what we're going to do in this level of the HackerCTF. Where are we? Okay. So the first thing we're going to send in the payload is an argument to the grep command searching for the letter A. Sure. We're going to specify the file to be searched, which is the natus11 password file. And then we're going to use the hash symbol, which is going to nullify what follows after. So we see what it looks like when we give the example over here. It looks kind of like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and supply this to the application in natus level number 10. Okay, so we just give this payload here, and we get the password. The reason why we get the password is because the password contains the letter A. So the letter A is over here, so it actually matches. So let's so this is the payload we used. All right, so this is the password for the next level, natus number 11. I don't think we're doing natus level number 11, but if you want to continue on with the HackerCTF game, you're free to go ahead and do that. Uchikar says, could you use the $ injection there as well? Well, let's take a look. So it's matching on these characters over here. So we can put in the $, we can put in the. Okay, well, I mean, let's give it a try. The easiest way to do it is to give it a try. So grep. I mean, maybe it doesn't work because we have to run grep now. We're forced to run grep because we can't use the semicolon to end the command. So we'd have to run grep I on something. If we run grep I, let's say we're looking for this, and then we run, what are you looking for? You're looking for $ injection? Who am I, maybe? So let's just say we just send this. This doesn't return to us, it errors out. So I mean, I'm not sure if you can get like a working payload, another type of working payload on this application. If you manage to get one working, let me know and I can try it out. Anyways, let's move on to the next part of the stream, or the next part of the lesson. Okay, so what we do is we've got a bunch of different web applications that we're going to be doing as challenges this week, because this one is called the login challenge. Here's the link, and let's go ahead and log into PicoCTF. So if you don't have an account at PicoCTF, you should make one because it's easily one of the best CTF education platforms on, well, one of the best free CTF education platforms you can get access to. It teaches a lot about cybersecurity skills. So after you've logged into the application, you can go to this link, and this is the challenge we're going to be doing. So it's called Login. The description says, my dog sitter's brother made this website, but I can't get in. Maybe you can help. Okay, so we have a link. Here it is. Okay, we got a login form here. So username and password. So test and test. Incorrect username. Okay, incorrect username. We can take a look at, okay, so for these challenges here, if you want to race, the skills that you need to complete the challenges, they've all been taught in previous sessions of these web app hacking workshops. So you should have the skills to be able to finish these challenges. So I'll go slow to give everybody an opportunity to finish the challenge on their own. Okay, so let's take a look here. There's actually not very much code here. So we can do a post method request with the username and the password. And it uses two different source files. So styles.css and index.js. So typically you wouldn't find anything inside of the CSS file, but there might be some interesting JavaScript code inside of the JS file. So we can click on index.js. And what's going on here? We've got a bunch of JavaScript code. Okay, so what's going on? So this is the code in here that is being used for the login page. Incorrect password, correct password, your flag is something. So we should know what the password is inside of here. So this string. So this is a string. It looks like a base64 encoded string. Let me copy this. So we can copy this. We can go over to our terminal. We can echo it out. And then we can base64 decode it. So the reason why we have a suspicion this is a base64 encoded string is that it has certain characteristics to it. So it's got a bunch of letters and numbers, and it doesn't have any special characters in it. So so we get this flag right over here. So it's PicoCTF reverse, reverse, reverse. No, it's server, 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 server. Okay. So this is the flag for the challenge. We can just copy it. And I wonder if we can actually feed this to the application, because we're given a password. Let's see. Where is the username and password? So input using username for replace. Is this the password right here? Okay, let's try. So test password. Were we given a username there? Incorrect username. Okay, is this the username? Anyways, we have the flag for the challenge here. The goal of the exercise was to just take a look inside of the source files. Okay. So we'll go back to the challenge, and then we will submit the flag. And then we're done. Okay, next challenge. So the next challenge we're going to be looking at is CASS. Okay. This is actually a pretty cool challenge. We have taken a look at this pretty recently on stream before, but it has something to do with the lesson that we did today. Okay. So let me close out some of these windows. Okay, so this is the CASS challenge. The description says, now presenting CowSay as a service. So CowSay is CowSay is it's kind of a meme. You get the ASCII cow to say something. If you look for like CowSay in Google, CowSay is a program that generates ASCII art that is a picture of a cow with a message. So CowSay, we've got a Wikipedia entry on it if you want to take a look. But anyways, okay, so CowSay as a service, we've got challenge endpoints, we got index.js. So the challenge lets us know what JavaScript is being run on the server. So we might as well take advantage of this. We're going to copy the link, and then we're going to go over to our terminal. We're going to download that file. If you want to download the file yourself, this is the link. Okay, we then get the index.js file here. We're going to take a look at it. Okay, so this is, I'm not completely sure which JavaScript, what are they called? They're called JavaScript libraries, or they're methods of using JavaScript to run server code. But anyways, okay, so express equals expire express. So this is the name of the server. So it's an express server. And then, let's see. So apt-get /cowsay.message. So they're going to direct us to this cowsay endpoint, execute user games cowsay, and then take in some parameters. So it's actually using a Linux command here to print out a message. So what we can do is we can go over to the application to see what's actually going on. So click on the link, and this is the endpoint here. Okay, it says make a request to the following URL to cowsay your message. So we just need to go to this endpoint and insert a message. So the message is going to be whatever is after the slash over here in the address. So HackerFrogs, just HackerFrogs. So we get a message over here, and this is actually the cowsay program on the web server. So the web server is running user games cowsay and then giving the parameters as the message. What we can do here is we can do, well, let's think about what we can do. We know that the application is running a Linux command here. Why don't you try doing some OS command injection? So if you can do some OS command injection, let's see. In the challenge, it doesn't tell you what's going on. But what we want to do is we want to run some commands on the server, and we want to get the flag for the flag file and read it. Okay, so if you manage to get the flag, let us know in the chat. But after a few moments, I'll actually go over how to get the flag for this challenge. So we see here that this is cowsay is the command being run. Let me copy this. Chillcrunch says you're only young once, but you can stay immature indefinitely. That's true. That's true. I know a lot of there are people out there who are old, but they stay very immature. But anyways, Cowsay. So there's no Cowsay. Well, I mean, we don't have Cowsay on our Kali Linux machine. Can we install it? No, we can't install Cowsay. But yeah, we see here that anything that we send to the server is being Cowsed. So a classic way we can get OS command injection is to use these two characters. Let me point out the two characters. So the two characters we use when we do classic OS command injection is the semicolon, which stops the Linux command, and the hash symbol, which comments out the rest of the command. So what we put in between is our payload. So we could do a payload like who am I, or a payload like ls. But let's just take this classic payload here, and we'll just stick it onto the cowsay command. Okay, and it looks like we hung the server. We hung the server, and then we don't get a response. Okay, so what we're going to do instead is we're just going to HackerFrogs, and then who am I, and then this. Okay, so what we did here is we ran the full command with cowsay, and then we gave another command. And the other command is who am I, and we're the node user. So this is what the payload looks like here. So what we can do is we can just do a little bit of reconnaissance. So we see here there's a Docker file. So we run the ls command to see what's in the directory here. So we've got Docker file, we've got folg.txt, index.js, node modules, package, etc., etc. So we're interested in taking a look at this folg.txt, which is probably the flag. So we're just going to copy this, and we're going to put this in the payload. So instead of ls, it's cat folg.txt. And this is the flag for the challenge. So we were able to do this by doing some OS command injection. And this essentially is the payload right here. So truth be told, we don't need our hash symbol at the end of the payload, but most of the time we like to include that just in case there's some code that we don't see. In this case, we see the entirety of the code, which comes in very handy because otherwise we might not know what's going on. Okay, so this is the flag. We will copy and then go over to, where is it? PicoCTF and paste in the flag, submit the flag, and then we're done. Great. Okay, so I think let me see if I can get another challenge for us to do, because I think we've got time for at least one more. Okay, just gonna look in my write-ups for something for OS command injection. Ah, okay. All right. So for this next one, we're going to be using another platform. So the platform we're going to be using is called EchoCTF.red. And if you don't have an account over at EchoCTF.red, you can make one for free. So let's see. I'm pretty sure that you need to access this platform by using an OpenVPN connection. It's a little bit more complicated than some of the other platforms we've been using. But after you make your account, you can click on this icon over here to go to your profile. And then under Profile Actions, you can click on the button, and then you can you can download the PicoCTF key. So I'm just going to download the second one. Don't know what real difference it makes. With this OpenVPN key, we can access the PicoCTF network. Okay. So we're just gonna, let me just rename this tab over here. We'll call it Platform Access. We'll give it a great color. How about some purple? Great. So the key, the OpenVPN key file, which we use to access the network, it's gonna be downloaded to your downloads directory by default. And where is it? Here it is, PicoCTF.ovpn. We're just going to use a OpenVPN command with this VPN key over here, and this is what it looks like. OpenVPN, this program has to be run with sudo, otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, after you run the command, we'll be connected to the PicoCTF network, and then we can access their servers. Okay, so that done, I think we're looking for this target over here called Stackler. Here's the link. Oh, wait, maybe that's not the one. This, okay. I made a mistake. This isn't the challenge we're looking for. Sorry about that, everybody. Let me search my own website, my own YouTube, because I've done so many of these challenges that sometimes I forget which challenges have what topics. YouTube. Okay, so on my side over here, I'll just search for OS command injection. Okay, so we got Natus 10, we got Hacking Station, we got let's see, Volnix Friends, hash only. Hold on, let me take a look at this challenge. Okay, let me take a look here. Just a second. Path hijacking and shell escape. Oh, this is an OS command injection. Okay. OS command injection. What other challenges are there? So we have some other challenges here, but unfortunately these are challenges that require a little bit of setup to do. And we wouldn't be able to do them together very easily. But that's okay. You know what we can do? What we can do here is we can introduce the PicoCTF platform. Scorpion says, "Love playing Greyhack. Will listen to you. Helps me focus." Well, I mean, I'm glad I can help you out. Okay, so on PicoCTF, after you've made an account and after you're connected, there's a network in here called the CTF Beginners Network. And if we go over to the challenges on the network, there's a lot of very easy challenges, or there's a lot of very easy web application challenges. And then there's a bunch of really difficult ones. Really difficult ones if you haven't done web app security testing before. But what I can recommend is that everything up until the login of shame, this challenge over here, they're all pretty easy challenges to do. And we'll try solving a couple of these challenges over here just about, just because, we've got some time. Okay, so this is the Bender challenge. And if you're logged into PicoCTF, this is the link for the challenge. Okay, so it says Bender has 2 flags hidden on his personal web page. Find the 2 flags hidden in those pages. So you're going to start the challenge and connect to this server over here. So I'll copy the link. You won't be able to access these servers unless you're connected to the unless you're connected via OpenVPN or some other VPN software and using the OpenVPN key over here. Okay, but if you're connected, you can access this website. This website. Am I actually connected? You know what? We should probably figure out if we're connected. So to figure out if you're connected to, if you can access a website, you can try using the curl command. It looks like we're having some difficulty, so we might not be connected right now. TLS error, TLS handshake failed. I think we might need to refresh. Your certificate has expired. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to create a new certificate on the, what is it called? The PicoCTF service. Just a second. Okay, so profile options, we will revoke our VPN keys, and then we will download a new VPN key. Okay, and now we should be able to use the new key. We'll delete the old key first. So the old key is this one. And then we'll rename the other key. Okay, and then we will use this key, and hopefully this one works. Okay, I think we are connected now. Let me try accessing the website via curl. Okay, it works. Great. Okay, so here we go. Okay, hi, I'm Bender. Bite my shiny metal robots. Okay, so if we were trying to solve this challenge, like we've got some other, just like, this is a regular CTF challenge, we would probably want to go and check the robots.txt file, because, well, I mean, Bender is a robot, so let's go ahead and access this. Okay, so well done, PicoCTF, and they've got a flag over here. And the robots.txt file actually points to another. Let's see, Anand Oded says, YouTube down right now. Really? Hold on. YouTube's working on my end. Yeah, I'm taking a look at my live stream on YouTube right now. Okay, so we've got one flag. This is one flag that said there were 2 flags. So it says user agent Googlebot and then disallowed no Googlebot. So no Googlebot is the name of a directory, and if we remember our stuff from the other robots.txt challenges, whatever is in the disallowed list, we can try accessing those directories. Okay, so hi, I'm Bender, look closer. So we're in the no Googlebot directory right now. And we've got ads running on Twitch. So we'll run them on YouTube. Just a second, we need to take a little break to have some water. Okay, enjoy the bird. We'll be back in about 20 seconds. Okay, so this bird is having a lot of fun trying to figure out how to move all the peanuts away. But we'll get out of here. And Anand says, repeating screen, lots of tap to retry on all the devices. I think the problem might be on your end. You might want to try resetting your router, but everything on my end seems to be okay. All right, so it says look closer. So this is a classic case where we need to take a look at the page source. So Mario one says, you hacked so much you broke YouTube. I don't think that's the case. Okay, so we've got another flag over here in the comments. But Sumeria 1, hello and welcome to the stream. Let's give you a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so it's global outage though. Can't wait for the postmortem. Global outage. Wait, what are you talking about? YouTube is YouTube down? Is YouTube actually down? That'd be really freaky. Video's not loading. Huh. Let me try. Yeah. Hold on. Now it's playing for me. Upgrading Jeff says not loading on YouTube. Try reloading. Try reloading the page. Because I'm playing stuff on YouTube right now. I'm playing this music. Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on with YouTube. But let's hope that the problem sorts itself out. It doesn't load on my side. Let's see if we can load it inside of the Kali Linux machine. So let's see, YouTube. Okay, and we've got. Well, I mean, I'm live right now. It says I'm live. Let's see if we can load up a short. Okay. An error occurred. So this doesn't work. And let's try loading up a video. Okay, so it says an error occurred. I mean, I'm guessing that you all see the same thing. But let me try playing the same video on another one of my browsers. Yeah, the same. Hold on. Yeah, I loaded this up earlier. Huh. Okay, so Samaria 1 says down detector. Everybody on YouTube, if you want to, take a look, if you want to keep on watching the live stream, you can try going over to Twitch. So it looks like it went down pretty recently. Could be server-side issues, maybe. But yeah, if you want to take a look at the live stream on Twitch, it's twitch.tv the Shy Hat. This link over here. But yeah, it's funny that this stuff is happening on YouTube. Okay, so let's do another challenge. So we got the flags for the previous challenge. We're taking a look at more of these beginner level challenges here. Okay, so Bender, head office. Can anybody see the stream on the live stream on YouTube? If you're on YouTube right now and you can hear my voice, give us a smiley face in the chat. Okay. Let him. Gen X says YouTube's down here too. Yeah, it seems to be. It seems to be down. Cartier, thank you very much. So some people have it, but some people don't. Cyber Dante, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we got 6 minutes. Let's do one more challenge. I'm actually watching from YouTube. YouTube is down for everybody, maybe maintenance. I mean, they wouldn't do maintenance in the middle of the day. I don't know. After a lot of tries. Okay, so what's going on? We've got another challenge here. So we got a challenge, we got an IP address. It says head over to the head office and tell them to give you the flag. So to start the challenge, connect to this IP address. So if you're connected to the network, then you should be able to access this. So I'll give you a hint that we need to solve this challenge using the curl command. So it says, welcome to the head office. Everybody knows how to get things, but can you guess the other? So Dor Reed says, Europe seems to be working from Europe, but watching you on Twitch, tested seems good. Just tried again, loaded successfully. I mean, YouTube is probably not going to be down for very long, even if they did have somebody mess up. They're usually on top of their stuff pretty quickly because every minute that YouTube is offline, they're losing thousands of millions of dollars. Well, I mean, not millions of dollars every minute. They're probably not earning like tens of thousands of dollars every minute that they're offline. So they're very incentivized to get this stuff up and running as quickly as possible. Okay, so it says everybody knows how to get things, but Gandhi gets the other, and it's called Welcome to the Head Office. Can anybody guess what the solution is for this particular exercise? Cybernerd Dante probably knows. Chilkern says emergencies are emergencies. Yeah, I mean, like I said, YouTube is they're going to be very, very enthusiastic about getting back up online as soon as possible. Because yeah, outages are not very good for them. Let's see. Scorpion says troubleshooting reports for YouTube skyrocketed just now. I mean, I don't I don't doubt it. Let's see. Cyber Nerd Dante says you got to post it, I think. I mean, it's called the head office. Could it be the post? Could it be the post method? Let's see. Already news comes onto media with outages on YouTube and music. Huh. So I mean this is all about HTTP methods, and the default method for everything is get, but you can also send different methods such as head and post, and no worries, no worries. Okay, so if you want to do this with curl, it's pretty easy. You just need to use X dash capital X inside of curl, and then whatever method you want. And in this case, we want to use the head method. So if we give it here, then we're gonna get the flag for the challenge inside of the what was it, response headers. So these are the response headers here. HTTP 200 OK, server, date, content type, connection X powered by, and this is the flag here. Okay, and that's it. All right, so let's go ahead and we're a little bit behind schedule anyways, so let's end the session. Just the session, not the entire stream. Okay, Dory says I don't doubt that. Just whatever routing structure they use nowadays, a lot of big players rely on Cloudflare and other CDNs like Akamai. No idea. I mean, I can see my own YouTube live stream running on my end. But I guess it's not the same for everybody. Okay, let's review the web app hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. We only learned one big concept, and that was OS command injection. So OS command injection is a web app vulnerability where arbitrary OS commands can be performed on the web server through a web interface. So I can't really stress enough how big of a problem this is if random people are able to run OS commands on your web servers. So OS command injection can often lead to the complete compromise of the web server, and if so, the server can be used as a foothold to attack other machines on the network. Hey, Simon or Dante, I want to ask you a question. Have you ever gotten a shell from one of your hacks or one of your web app attacks? Because it is very, very rare to actually get a foothold on the web server box. Let me know if it's ever happened to you. Okay, so what's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool Web App Hacking workshop, we're going to be learning about the SQL database language, which most web apps use for user account credentials. So we're going to be doing a very quick and dirty, what is it called? Crash course on the SQL language and how it works. Because in order to understand how to hack against the SQL database, we need to understand exactly how the database works and how to get queries from it. Yeah, have you ever gotten a shell as part of your bug bounty stuff? Let me know. Okay, so let's go ahead and start into the next portion of the stream. Let's see. Topic 2 is done. Topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on deck. Okay, so what are we doing now? Let's go ahead and put 60 minutes on the clock. We're probably not going to take 60 minutes to do these demonstrations. What we're going to do now is we're going to do some demonstrations of a couple of these web app challenges. It's basically a continuation of demonstrations for the PicoCTF challenges. I've got a couple I need to record for YouTube, and after we're done that, we can do some freeform stuff. Okay, so the first challenge we're doing, well, you know what? I don't know if I'm going to be able to play music because I play music on YouTube, but let's see if it works out for me. Let's try this playlist. Yeah, I can play this stuff on YouTube. So they fixed YouTube, it seems, at least for me. So everybody can test it out and see if your YouTube works. It's working for me right now. Okay, so let's get those challenges. Simon Dante says, not yet. I've been searching for a nice and impactful server-side bug. All of my findings have been client-side, injection, access control, and business logic. I found some weird SQL behavior the other day and couldn't reproduce it. Yeah, so apparently YouTube is okay now. Okay, so the first one we're going to do is we're going to do a good old cookies challenge. So cookies, where are we? It's called Power Cookie. All right, so let me do my YouTube intro and outro, and then we can get started. Simon Dante says, luckily your stream stayed up throughout it. That was weird. Twitter started flooding with this down detector with 200k reports, but now it's fixed. TryAcme was down this morning according to Reddit. Okay, let's pretend that the whole YouTube thing didn't happen because it's back up now. Hopefully, anyways. If you are still down, let us know. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Power Cookie Challenge from PicoCTF 2022. It's a medium level challenge from the web app hacking category with the cookie tag. The description says, can you get the flag? Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So this is one of those challenges where you need to launch your own challenge instance. And if you're interested in doing this challenge along with us, let me give you the link. Too much vibe coding in production, of course. Of course, that's got to be it. All right, so we just click on the launch instance button over here. That's going to start the virtual machine that has the website. So after that's done, you're going to see this countdown. So you got about 15 minutes to solve the challenge. So go to this website and see what you can discover. So let me copy that link. Okay, and then we see here that there's a very simple web page. It says online gradebook, and we got a button that says continue as guest. So if we continue as guest, what we're doing is we're getting a user session for the application, or at least that's what usually happens. So what happens here is we're going to get assigned a cookie that gives us access to the application. Cartier says, let them vibe code, more pen testing for us. Of course, of course. They gotta live up to the website's name, try hack me, of course. Yeah. Alright, so let's talk about what these cookies are exactly. So let's see. Just a second, I've got a little file, PDF file that talks about what's going on in the application. Let's see, PicoCTF 2022 power cookie. Samaria 1 says, I got the flag, am I a hacker? Are you a hacker? Well, I mean, you could be a hacker. Alright, so PicoCTF 2022 power cookie. So in this web app, we're allowed to continue as guest, typically after logging into an application. The browser is given a session cookie. So what are these session cookies? So we're talking about HTTP cookies and the HTTP cookie header. HTTP cookies are commonly used as a security mechanism that allows users to maintain an authenticated user session on a website. In short, HTTP cookies allow users to log in to websites. So, but since cookie values can be modified by the user, proper care should be taken to ensure that valid cookie values are not predictable or easily guessed. So we're talking about cookies. Let's go ahead and take a look here. So inside of your web browser, you can actually take a look at the cookies for any particular websites that you're using. So you can go over to, I'm using Firefox right now, but the process is pretty similar for Google Chrome and other web browsers. You go over to the right-hand side of the screen, and then there's going to be a menu. You can open it up. I'm going to go over to More Tools, and then Web Developer Tools. After that, you're going to see a bunch of different tabs up here. So these are different little tools in the Web Developer Tools. We want to access the storage. So click on Storage, and then click on Cookies, and there's going to be cookies for this particular website. So the website here, there's only one cookie. So the name of the cookie is called isAdmin, and its value is equal to 0. So this is what we were talking about, where we were talking about cookies shouldn't be easily guessed. And if you got a value of 0 for isAdmin, you would only assume that changing it to 1 will give you a different result. So in programming, 0 equals false and 1 equals true. If we change isAdmin to 1 and then reload the page, we get the flag. So PicoCTF grade A cookie and then something random. So this random part right here makes it so that you can't submit this cookie for yourself. This is personalized to my account. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to go over to PicoCTF, and I would submit the cookie right now to complete the challenge, but when I do that, the challenge is going to shut off. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to show you how to solve this challenge using curl. So if I go over here and I use curl to access this website, okay, please visit our page, our homepage, and continue as guest. So what we're going to do here is we're going to supply a cookie. I got the same, but I guess I was using your instance over it. Yeah. So you're going to get the same. You're going to get the same cookie, or sorry, you're going to get the same flag, but you can't use that flag because it's personalized to my account. So this is how they prevent people from sharing flags. Okay. So what we can do is we can supply our own cookie with curl. So we do -b, and then we supply the cookie value. So the cookie in this case is admin, and we're going to make it 1. So this is going to give us our, well, let me show you what it does if we give it isAdmin equals 0. So it says, we apologize, but we have no guest services at the moment. That's because the cookie is the incorrect value. So if we change this from 0 to 1 and do the same thing, then we get the flag. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish the challenge. Click on Submit Flag, and you're finished. Alright everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Power Cookie Challenge over at PicoCTF.org as part of the PicoCTF 2022 event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Okay, we're not leaving. I just need to do my intro and the outro to make the YouTube videos. We're going to do one more of these challenges, and then we're going to move on to some other stuff. Okay, so the next challenge we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing the Search Source Challenge. So this is actually it's a pretty fun challenge. If you take a look at it from the content be producing, yeah, I'm trying to. It's a pretty fun challenge from the standpoint that sometimes you need to get an entire website, and you need to start looking for certain information in the entire website. It's something you do pretty often inside of these challenges. It's basically looking for strings inside of multiple files, and just a big collection of files. Anyways, let's start the challenge. Everybody, this is the Search Source Challenge from PicoCTF as part of the PicoCTF 2022 event. The description says, the developer of this website mistakenly left an important artifact in the website source. Can you find it? Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So this is another one of these challenges where you need to launch the website inside of a cloud instance. So after it's done initializing, you're going to have 15 minutes to solve the challenge. So we've got a website over here. And what we want to do is we want to take a look at the website. So we can just put this in a new tab. Okay, and we've got some sort of fitness website. So in the website, we can take a look at the contents. We've got a bunch of different files that are being referenced on this page. And if we were to look through the pages manually and take a look inside these files manually, it would be very, very tedious. So what we're going to do is we're going to download the entire website. And we can do that using a Linux command. So let me talk about that just a second. Okay, so this is PicoCTF 2022 Search Source. In this challenge, we're told that there's an artifact in the website source. So we can mirror a website with the wget command. So we could look through the web pages manually, but it's much easier to download a copy of the website using the wget program. So what we can do is we can do a command like this. So it's wget. Let me note the syntax here. Okay, so this is the wget command syntax. Just a second. I did this earlier today. Oh, okay, everything was deleted. That's great. All right, so we're just gonna wget, and what we need to do is we need to make sure that the port number is accurate, because each time we start up the challenge, the port number is going to be different. In this case, our port number is, where is it? Is this one right over here. Let me copy the port number. You just need to make sure that the URL is accurate over here. So when we run the wget command, it's going to recursively download the entire website, and it's going to download all of the source files to make sure that the website works. Okay, so after we've done the command, we're going to see that there's a new directory that's been created with the website name. So in this case, it's this. We can just enter that directory, and we see that they've created all the directories according to what was on the website. So there's a JS directory, there's an images directory, there's a CSS directory, and there's index.html. So what we're going to do now is we're going to search the website content with the grep command. So once we have a local copy of the website, we can use grep to look for the challenge flag across every web page on the site. So we're going to use the grep command. We're going to look for the common PicoCTF flag prefix over here, which is PicoCTF with CTF in all caps, and the open squiggly bracket over here. So this is what we do. Grep -r for recursive, dot to indicate the current directory, and then E to supply the pattern. So the pattern is PicoCTF open bracket. When we run this, we see that there is the flag inside of this, CSS comment. So it's inside of style.css, and this is the flag. So when you find that you've got a really big web application, you might find it a lot easier to download the entire website to start parsing through the information. And this is what the wget command here does. So the wget command itself, we can take a look at how this works using explain shell. So explain shell is very useful. It's a very useful website for explaining what's going on with Linux commands. So you can just paste in the Linux command and click on explain, and it'll tell you what each part of the command is doing. So we're doing wget, we're running, what was it? M for mirror, turns on options suitable for mirroring. Okay, we do page-p for page requisites, causes wget to download all the files that are necessary to properly display a given HTML page. Okay, and then we do E for adjust extension to make sure that we can run it on our own web server. Then we do -k, which is convert links. So putting this all together, this will get us an exact duplicate of the website that we supply to it over here. So after that, we used grep to look for a pattern inside of every file inside of these inside of the website. So all the web pages in the website, we look for this pattern. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this flag, and we can submit it to finish the challenge. Okay, so just go down, paste in the flag, submit the flag, and then we're done. Alright everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Search Source Challenge from PicoCTF as part of its PicoCTF 2022 event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch, I'll run them on YouTube, and you know what? Let's put on some different birds. How about this bird? It's a happy robin. Alright, we'll be back in about 20 seconds, just need to have a little drink of water. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. All right, so I wish I had enough time to prepare some more stuff, but you know, I was working on these slides over here and I ran out of time. So next week we'll do some more PicoCTF demonstrations. But what are we going to do now? I guess what we could do is we could do some new challenges. And let's see, how much time do we have left? We got a lot of time. Okay, let's do some challenges that we haven't done before over at PicoCTF. So PicoCTF, I've done most of the challenges there. Maybe we could switch to another platform. Okay, let's try. Cybernante says, this is off topic, but I love the bird videos that are still a thing during ads. You know, I love my birds, and I want to be able to show off the birds, so that's why I put them on during the ads. But thank you, Cybernante. I love the birds too. Okay, so hackmyvm.eu. So this is another one of these websites. I use a lot of random websites for doing cybersecurity exercises. Cardia says it's very wholesome. Consistency is key. We need to show the birds every stream, of course. Yeah, so it's another one of these cybersecurity education platforms. This one's based in Spain. So if you're a Spanish user, you can. The challenges are usually in English and Spanish. And what do we got? Do we have web stuff? We have 10 web challenges. So let's try some of these web challenges. Hola amigos. Yes, hola indeed. Let's see. Okay, so we got a bunch of web challenges. Let's try number 18. I have no idea what this is. Okay, so it's a web challenge. We've got a... I think the good thing is that I don't think anybody needs to be logged in to access the site. So what's going on? So this is challenge 18. Let's take a look at what's going on here. What? What? Maybe the flag is in this.php. I mean, I guess we'll add this on to the end of the website here. Yes, I have the flag. I mean, yes, I have the flag doesn't tell us anything. Is there... Nope. There's nothing else here. It's link traversal, I guess. Could it be that easy? I don't think that's... Okay, so what are we looking at? So it looks like some sort of random name generator. So I don't... Listen, I don't think this is the flag. So flag submit here, there's nothing... Alright, let me take a look. It just says, yes, I have the flag. It doesn't tell you what the flag is. So what the heck is going on? No, I thought it would be redirecting you to follow the links. My bad. Okay, let's, if that's actually the case, we need to take a look at what the redirection does. So... Okay, so just for fun, we'll do curl, and we'll see what's going on in here. So I don't usually try to jump over to... Oh, it's not... Well, I mean, yeah, there's nothing here. It's not redirection. They're not redirecting you anywhere. So do we just copy this entire thing? Is this the flag? It doesn't look like a flag. It says wrong flag. Okay, it's not. So solvers 449. Okay, so some people have been getting the flag pretty recently. What else could be going on here? So this is a PHP page. The landing page is also I'm assuming that this is like index.html or something. Index.php is what I'm guessing. Yeah, this is index.php. So if we access this with curl, we get our 200 OK, and then maybe the flag is in here. So Mary1 says, I thought the PHP page would point you to another link, and then you need to go on over and over again programmatically. Yeah. So what could actually be going on here? So we could look at robots.txt. There's no robots.txt. We could throw this. We could throw this at like a web app scanner, and maybe we could do something. Let's see. I'll call this tab web app enumeration. And Dark Shoppy, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. You're now HackerFrog. Okay, maybe we can do some GoBuster. GoBuster, look for some PHP, HTML, TXT, zip, back, whatever. And we'll look at this page here. Okay, and we found index.php. So the endpoint that they told us about was called what? It's this. So it's just like a random character string. So yes, I have the flag. Okay. I mean, we can't read the code. We can't read the code on the PHP page because it's being rendered by the web browser. So what else could we do? We just found index.php so far. It's pretty slow. We're only running 10 threads right now, so yeah, this is gonna get... Let's try running the common directory list. Let's see, locate common.txt. Okay, so this is the word list used by the derb tool. We'll just feed it in here because, you know, it's short and we can test it very quickly. Okay, still not coming back with anything. Okay, so so the name of the directory here, I mean, it looks like just like some random string, but maybe it's not a random string at all. Maybe it's something specific. Can we pass some things to PHP? It's true. So let's just feed this PHP URL parameter. So flag equals ... and then a bunch of stuff, etc. password. Okay, this didn't come back, but you know what? We can also feed this to FFUF. So we're not doing DNS. Okay, so flag equals, or fuzz equals this thing. Just a second. Okay, what we're doing here is we're looking for URL parameters. So if we can find a URL parameter, we might be able to find local file inclusion. And what are we looking for here? Locate seclist grep parameter. Okay, so burp parameter names. This is a list of common URL parameters. Let's just plug it in here. Why don't we try other request methods on the PHP page? That's a good point. Okay, so let me just do a quick filter size 24, because 24 seems to be the default size of the responses. We didn't fs command not found. What? Oh, no. I piped it in there. Okay, so I don't think I mean, I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out in just a sec if we manage to find anything here. So, okay, Cyber Dante suggested that we try some other request methods. So we could try the post method, we could try the head method, all sorts of other methods. So nothing's coming back here. Great. And by great, I mean not great. So let's just try some curl. So we'll just send it to the PHP page we're told about. So it says, yes, I have the flag. Okay, so yes, I have the flag. What can we do now? We can send a post request. Wow, Cybernerd Dante was right. Cybernerd Dante was right. It was just the post request. So we just need to send a different request to the endpoint here. Thank you very much, Cybernerd Dante, for suggesting that. You know, we've been talking about sending different types of methods during the stream as well. Okay, so I've got the flag. Yeah, now we can submit the flag. Post. And this is... You have successfully submitted the flag. Great. And I guess we can do a little write-up here as well. Learned that one from the Shy Hat. Did you? Then why did you have to tell me? Well, anyways, let's do a write-up just for fun. Because we love doing write-ups. Because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. Okay, so walkthroughs. This is for Hack My VM. And these are for challenges. Challenges web, and this one is 018. Okay, so we need the URL for the challenge, we need the concept for the challenge, and then we need the method solving the challenge. Okay, so the URL for the challenge is over here. The concept for the challenge is using different HTTP methods. So Cybernerd Dante, let me know. Do you do a lot of when you test web pages? Do you do like a whole cycle of testing each HTTP method on each page you find? I mean, I guess you could do that. You can do that kind of testing with the Burp Suite. And it's probably part of the active scan. Okay, using different HTTP methods on a web page. Okay, method of solve. The landing page points us to a specific endpoint. And I guess we can talk about the endpoint. The endpoint is this one. Okay, if we go to this page, then it says it has the flag, but it doesn't reveal its contents. To get the flag contents, we need to send a post request to the page. We can use this command with curl. Okay, and then get the curl command. Where is it? This one. Okay, and that's another write-up done. Okay, Cyberner Dante says, I hear from Pebble that the active scanner on paid burp suite is really nice. I manually test each parameter, and I scan with Fuzz. I scan with Fuzz since I have the Burp Suite Community Edition. There are usually hundreds of requests though. Lately I've been testing advanced filter sections on the search pages for SQLI. Not Fuzz, FFUF. Yeah, I mean FFUF is a very nice tool. If you don't have, well, even if you have Burp Suite, sometimes FFUF can be used for a lot of testing scenarios that are not so convenient when you're using Burp Suite. Okay, let's do another challenge. This is the first time in a really long time I've taken a look at these challenges from hackmyvm.eu. Okay, so 18 done. Let's try 14. Okay, so we got a challenge over find the flag in the domain. What? It's just find the flag in the domain? Everybody, here's the domain. Samary1 says, I think no one hides something behind post requests in production though, only in CTFs. I mean, even if it's not exactly a super realistic attack, it does get you thinking about the possibilities. And it does get you thinking that sometimes the web pages are coded in a weird way, where they give you, strange responses if you give them random HTTP methods. Okay, so this is the domain here. Let's take a look. What? All there is an image. Is this index.html? Index.html? This is index.html. Okay, well. So all there is logo.png. So what does it say? Find the flag in the domain. So do we need to do subdomain enumeration? I'm not too sure what exactly we're supposed to do here. There's no real clue. I mean, we could do subdomain enumeration. We could take a look at the logo.png. We could do directory busting. Just for fun, I'm gonna do some subdomain enumeration because I think it's pretty cool. Okay, so how do we do subdomain enumeration? So we use FFUF and hold on. Let's get some history. History grep FFUF. Yeah, so something like this. So subdomains and then hosts and then the whatever. Let's copy one of these commands. So FFUF, we would do fuzz dot, what is the domain? The domain is momo.hackmyvm.eu. Sick in the mind, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing some web app hacking challenges. Okay, so HTTPS. This thing and user agent. We don't necessarily need a custom user agent. I can use a custom user agent for fun, because sometimes there are web application firewalls. Okay, so for the subdomains, there's like a common hackmyvm.eu. This flag is public domain. Wait, did you find it? Oh, that was quick. This flag is public domain.hackmyvm.eu. Is this part of actually, how would you find that? Was that like a DNS thing? Your WAF, yeah, Lenham. We were talking about we were solving that. Yeah, we were solving that earlier. Maybe maybe like last week or so. Okay, so locate seclist, look for subdomain. Alright, so we have top, I don't know, let's just do top 5,000 subdomains. Because we don't want to go super, super long. Pentest, I use pentesttools.com. Really? Hold on. Let me see if I can do some... So it's probably... Oh, this is erroring out. Threads 5, user agent, this. .momo.hackmyvm.eu. https momo.hackmyvm.eu. Why is this erroring out? Because it doesn't seem to be... yeah. It's erroring on all these things. Okay, so... pentesttools. Sumeria 1. Let me take a look at your website here. Pentest tools, we can find the scan, go to your scans, find subdomains of domains. It queries DNS servers. Okay, let me... I mean, we could probably replicate this. Oh, this is an HTTP domain. Okay, this is an HTTPS. No wonder it doesn't work. Okay, let's do HTTP. Yeah, all right. This is what we would do if we're looking for subdomains on this thing. We would filter on the size. Looks like the size is 268. Filter size 268. And then look for a possible subdomain. But yeah, the tool is probably like DNS. We do, is it dig? I can't remember. I did DNS a really long time ago. Let me see if I can search for something in my write-ups. So your WAF, building magic sandwich, plot external zone. Yeah, okay. So I did a box a really long time ago called Zone. I think you're getting fuzz.momo.hackmyvm. Oh, you're right. Because this is a subdomain in itself. Okay, now we need to filter on another number. So the number is 185. So the other way we can do this is by using some DNS tools. So let's see. Which DNS tools do we use? Dig. Yeah. It's been a long time. Dig, and then the name of the domain. Okay, so what do we have here? So cname hackmyvm.eu, momo.hackmyvm.eu, hackmyvm.eu. Okay, and what else could we do? What else could we do with dig? Could we do like a zone transfer? If we're trying to use dig with the zone transfer, we could do this. Ah, options failed. Okay, so what other tools could we use to do subdomain, well, DNS enumeration? Hold on. So I mean, this is the site. The site itself doesn't point to anything. Let's see. DNS enumeration tools. A Beginner's Guide to DNS Reconnaissance Part 1. Well, I mean, that sounds pretty good. Let's give it a look. Okay, we sure do have a lot of tools. NSLookup, host dig. DNS reconnaissance. Let's see. Coffee. Yes, you need coffee. Well, I mean, NSLookup. So it's just NSLookup and the domain. So let's just try some NSLookup. Canonical name, hackmyvm.eu. We've got an address, we've got a server, and we'll just go down the list, I guess. NSLookup, type MX, target, DNS server. So the DNS server is this one right here. Or at least I think it is. We got a canonical name, we've got, what is the command? NSLookup, type MX. Type equals MX. And we're taking a look at momo.hackmyvm.eu or non-authoritative name, canonical names, hackmyvm.eu. So maybe we're not looking at Momo, we're just taking a look at hackmyvm.eu in this case. And DNS server. We're querying any DNS record types for GoDaddy using the DNS 88888. Okay. Let's try using 8888. So 8888 is a Google, what is it? It's a Google DNS server, isn't it? Anyways, we'll continue in just about a minute. I just need to run a little ad because we've got ads running on Twitch, we'll run them on YouTube, and put on the birds. Okay, here are some birds that are not fighting. It's nice to see. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. You can tell by the fact that these birds are right next to each other and they're not fighting, that these are baby birds, or they're fledgling birds, juvenile birds. When these kind of birds become full-grown adults, they do not tolerate being so close to each other, and they usually fight. Anyways, put the birds away, get back to the hacking. Okay, so let's see. Server can find HTTP hackmyvm.eu NX domain. So let's see. What's the pattern? We don't put the HTTP in there, so it's just hackmyvm.eu. Okay. Can't find hackmyvm.eu, no answers. Authoritative answers can be found from here. So origin, serial, refresh, expire. ns1 dot. Okay, so let's try using this as the DNS server. Okay. Let's try the Cloudflare one instead then. How about 1111? Authoritative answers can be found from ns1.dondominio.com. Whatever. So let's see, mail address dnsadmin.dondominio.com. Couldn't get this address. So how do we get DNS admin? I guess we could also do the lookup for this as well. This is the address here. I mean, I guess the answer isn't to just plug in this stuff all willy-nilly. Okay, so what are some... I wonder if there's some tools that can help us out. Okay, we got Dig, DNS Recon, Amass, the Harvester, Nmap. I mean, DNS Recon maybe? DNS Recon. Okay, so this is a Kali tool, a Kali Linux tool. DNS Recon. Okay, how do we use this thing? NS server. Okay, do I have TLDR installed on here? TLDR. Okay, so TLDR is a command you can run with a bunch of different commands. Oh. Cache not found. TLDR update to download the cache. Okay, so TLDR -- update. Okay, and then let's try getting TLDR for DNS Recon. So this is so TLDR basically gives you a bunch of example commands for whatever you supply to it. You can use a NS lookup to get a text record. So NS lookup, we ran NS lookup to get a text record. So the type is like TXT. I mean, this is another... I wonder if this is the flag. I mean, we have text, and it is a flag. I'm not too sure if it's the flag for this challenge or not. So if I submit this flag, I might be solving another challenge. Oh, but we're submitting it here, so this might not be... I don't know. Let's try. You can also dig the TXT domain. Okay, so, I mean, we'll submit this flag. Wrong flag. So this isn't the right flag for this challenge. So it says flag in the domain Momo. I mean, they're saying that the domain is in momo.hackmyvm.eu. So maybe we should just try the subdomain when we're looking for this stuff. Yeah, it's got to be the subdomain. So can we still dig this thing? Okay, so let's see. So here's query answer authority additional. So this is this the IP address for the server? Maybe Momo is the DNS server. Momo is the DNS server. Possible? Yeah. Could nmap it. Nmap it? True. We could nmap this thing. Okay, so nmap this guy. Only port 53. Filter domain, no response. So this is not, it's probably not serving port 53. Port 80 will come back. This is open on port 80. We could try scanning the other ports. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff here. Try UDP 53. UDP 53. Port 53. UDP scan. Has to be run with sudo. Okay, open filtered. $9988. What is it? Hold on, I didn't finish my... Did I finish my scan last time? We got port 80. You know what? We should also do a versioning. We should get the service version, or you know, the service identification on each one of these things. Okay, 995.58. So the domain. I mean, they're talking about the domain. 998 is 9988 is open. I need to confirm that. So let's see. 2 minutes remain. I mean, it's only going to be a couple of minutes. We'll just hang tight for a bit. Okay, so the domain is here. We weren't in the domain. So I mean, I'm guessing that this is more to do with the DNS stuff, but I can't know for sure. Okay, we discovered one extra open port. We'll know for sure in about a minute or so. So find the flag in the domain. Still scanning. So what else could we be doing right now? I guess we can call this the nmap. Nmap scans and give it a funky color. There you go. Okay, so TLDR DNS recon. So scan a domain performing a Google enumeration and saving its results to a CVS. So scan a domain performing DNS cache snooping. Scan a domain for zone walking. Is there something that does everything? Scan a domain and save the results to an SQLite database. Scan the domain using a brute force attack in dictionary of subdomains and host names. Okay, reverse lookup of IP ranges. DNS cache snooping. Zone walking. You could open Telnet. Yeah, I'm okay doing it. It's just I need to confirm that the port is open because I didn't see anything in the scans, and I'd rather be able to say TCP. You know what? Okay, let's give it a try. Oops, Okay. Let's scan that port in particular. So it was like 9988. It's an open port. Okay. I did it with Rust scan. It's gigafast. Yeah, Nmap sometimes is not the fastest thing. Okay, y'all suggested taking a look with Telnet as well, or like Netcat. Usually the same thing. No ports to connect to. It's 9988. Level? What? Temperance. Temperance? This is a different thing. This is a different game, a different level. Yeah. Hold on. Let's try level 0. This should be sending back. This should be, so this is HMV Labs. We've done these before. I thought they misnamed the name server. No worries. Yeah. No. This is part of a different game. But we might come back to this later because we ran out of time here. I need to get to my new challenges. So the new challenges are over here, over at OLIcyber. But I do want to learn more about how to scan DNS stuff. So instead of T4, I use minrate 3500. Most of the time, I'm not dealing with stuff with a lot of latency, but I do understand that sometimes you want to use some custom commands for Nmap. Yeah. T4 is a very nice setting to prevent breaking a 10 megabyte network. Is it not? I mean, I'd rather be nice than naughty sometimes. But anyways, okay. I think what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be creating some scripts for some SQL injection. Okay, so I guess what we need to do is we need to do SQL injection on this website. So in this last series of 4 challenges, we'll be discussing the topic of SQL injections. For general information, To start the challenge, visit this place. Visit this webpage. So the webpage, they don't give you any advice, huh? Okay, well, I think what we're going to be doing is we're going to be writing a Python script to do some... Actually, I don't know if we're going to be using Python or not. We might be able to do this manually. Oh, you know what? This is teaching you how to do it. That's pretty cool. Wow. All right, let's go ahead and translate the page. Translate page from Italian to English. You know what? If this is... This might be... I might be teaching this stuff. I might use this as my materials for teaching SQL injection. If it is very, very easy to use. It's very likely going to be... Sumeria1 says, I'm out, have a good one, everybody. Thank you very much for coming by to Sumeria1. I always appreciate your input. Let's give you a Nyan Cat to see you out. Okay, in this challenge you'll deal with the type of SQL injection, simple SQL injection. You will learn to inject Boolean expressions into the query to change the execution flow of the vulnerable program. Okay, so you will send input that will be inserted in the SQL query without mechanisms of sanitization. You will view the query text. Okay, so once sent, you can view the query text that was actually executed, the response time, if the query had any success, and the response provided by the server, or the error message generated in the case that the query is invalid. Try entering random text, for example foobar, and observe the query executed in the answer. When you're ready to go on, go to the next chapter. So I guess we're not. Thank you very much for following JCar13. Thank you. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're just learning about SQL injection over here on the OLIcyber.it network. OLIcyber.it app. If you want to take a look at the same app I'm looking at, this is the link. Okay, so console, I don't know, testing. Okay, so select star from login where password equals testing. Result fail. So what do they want? When you're ready to go ahead, go to the next chapter. So this is basically, is this like a complete tutorial, or did they want us to do something specific? Let's go to the next chapter. Okay, so logic, if you sent the string foobar, the query executed will be like this. So testing. So try sending the string foobar to see what happens. So this is going to result in a SQL error because we're breaking the logic here. So it goes from testing to testing and then some stuff that's not handled properly. Okay, you have an error in your SQL syntax, check the manual, etc, etc. Okay, so it tried to run select star from login where password equals testing HackerFrogs. Great. Okay, so the string foobar if sent causes the error, and the executed query is going to be like this. So you can see that the query is malformed. Okay. Password equals something or 1 equals 1. So here they teach you about a classic login bypass, which is going to return true no matter what you send to it. So password equals something or 1 equals 1 always returns true. So let's give this a try. So test or 1 equals 1, and let's see what happens. Okay, so it says we're still getting an error message. Let me try reloading the application. Where are we? Okay, logic 3. Okay, let's try sending this. Yeah, it sends us, okay, this is an error. We'll try commenting out all the rest of the code. And now we get the flag. So the reason we got the flag is because we were able to supply a true statement to the SQL system, and at the same time, we commented out all of the rest of the query by providing this these special characters here. Okay, but what happens if we don't comment out the stuff? Okay, it's because the reason why it doesn't go through is because there's this extra single quote here. If we eliminate the single quote by commenting out everything else after this part right here, then we can get the flag. Okay, and I guess every time we reload the page, we need to set the translate page to true again. Okay, so we go to Italian to English. Okay. Uh-oh. The flag seems to be malformed now. Alright, let's try sending it again. Yeah, alright. Okay, so they actually teach you about this. They give a lot of they give a lot of love explaining how the SQL injection works. I really like this website. So especially these introduction challenges for OLIcyber.it. Anyways, let's try submitting the flag. Where is it? I have to start closing out some of these tabs. Okay, so let's see. Gackensternblade says, why is there a single quote after test in the test widget? That's I mean, that's just how the application is coded. Yeah. So this is the rest of the query. So the rest of the query, the user input is right here. So they need to make sure that there's single quotes on either side of the user input. It's just that when we do SQL injection, we need to supply our own single quote to end out the statement, and then supply our own injection payload here. Scroll up. Scroll up. What am I looking for? Okay, so where's the page? Let me get the flag. Okay, I see that the test 1 in the console is closing the beginning. Yeah, I mean, they show you exactly what the executed statement is here. So this is a very nice and gentle SQL injection tutorial. All good now. Great, great, great. Okay, let's supply the flag. And that's all good. Okay, so let's do the write-up for this. Walkthroughs, this is OLIcyber. We're looking at web apps, and we're in here. Okay, create a new file. So I guess the SQL section for for these challenges. It's just going to be some guided tutorials. It's not they're not really asking. Actually, I mean I could be wrong, but it just looks like guided tutorials to me right now. We'll find out. Let's see. Braggix Gamer says, please RCE. What do you want to see RCE for? We do educational stuff over here. I hope you're not asking me to hack some random website, because that's not what we do. Okay, so we're learning about SQL injection. If you want to create an account over at this website, it's a very, very good website for learning about cybersecurity concepts. It's in Italian, but you can probably translate it over to your own language pretty easily. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Hopefully, are you OffSec here? Oh, really? Wow. That's awesome. Wait, are you saying that you work for OffSec? Or something else? Okay, so that the concept and the method of solving the challenge. So the concept in this case is basic SQL injection. And I guess we're also talking about login bypass. So the method is solved. The challenge wants us to navigate to this web page. Okay, let's get that web page. Where is it? Here. And you can check this out yourself as well. You don't need an account over at the website. You will need to translate the application though, because it's in Italian. Okay, so we are given a very detailed description of how to do SQL injection on the following web pages. So in the final challenge, we're asked to do a basic SQL injection auth bypass. The payload that works is this thing. Test or 1 = 1 dash 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 whatever. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and commit those changes. Move on to the next challenge. Okay, let's. All right, so this one is done. We can move on to web 18, union-based SQL injection. Okay, so I mean this is your very, very basic SQL injection. You try to figure out how many columns are involved in the query and all that other good stuff. And here's the link. Okay, so let's take a look at another tab. All right, it's time to translate the page from Italian. This would be so much more difficult if we weren't able to do on-the-fly translations through the web browser. Senior Goomba says, how do you feel about Burp Suite having AI to help you with finding bugs like XXE? Oh, I mean, am I supposed to feel bad about that? The thing is that Burp wants to sell its products. It wants people to pay more money to get access to the Burp Suite AI. The Burp Suite AI is helping people identify bugs a lot more efficiently than before the AI existed. So we have to learn how to use the AI tools, because if we just refuse to use the AI tools because, you know, we don't like AI, we're going to be left behind. So we need to roll with the punches. We need to adapt to the new circumstances, like, you know, like real hackers. Okay, so what are we doing? Testing. So select from dummy data where ID equals testing. So this is ID. Select star from dummy data where ID equals testing. That's a good outlook. I mean, we can't just ignore. We can't ignore AI. It's not going away. If we you know, we it's not going away. It's part of our lives. We can't avoid it even if we wanted to. If you go to Google or DuckDuckGo or any other search engine, it uses AI in its search results. You can't avoid it. People have made a decision without us, so we just have to adapt. We just have to adapt. Okay, so because the query is comparing your input to an ID, we can assume that this is a whole. So ID equals testing. ID equals testing. It's probably looking for like a number, right? So IDs are usually numbers. Okay. So 1 dummy value, 3 another value, lolo 4. So here, we'll let the tutorials do their job. So 1 returns this result here. Okay, where's the flag? We don't know for now, but we can find out together. Yeah. So this is where they're going to teach us about how to use union select statements in order to get extra data from the table. Okay, so the keyword union allows you to combine the results from more expressions and select in a single series set of results. Okay, in other words, this is what allows you to run a second select query. So what are we doing here? So we do 1 union select. We know how many results come from this query here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we can test how many columns are being returned by putting a bunch of null values here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we do 6 null values. I hear that you can also do order by to count columns, but I'm not really familiar with that. Okay, we send like a payload that kind of looks like this, and I'll just... Sometimes the applications really don't like you to send in SQL injection payloads in the chat. Okay, so we get none, 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 and then we get the rest of our stuff. So we can actually do... We can do the union select SQL injection here. So let's keep on going on. Okay, so from here what we need to do is we need to figure out what kind of SQL software is being used. So that's also known as the DBMS, or Database Management System. So let's see. We want to choose one of the columns here that retrieves strings. So we're pretty sure that the second column right here retrieves a string, because this would be a string in SQL, dummy value 1. So we'll just replace this null value with version, and we'll see if this works. If it works, then it's going to be MySQL or PostgreSQL that's being used. So send that. And we get 9.3.0 as the result. So we can guess that this is running MySQL or PostgreSQL. So from here, what we need to do is we need to figure out what the name of the database is. So let's see. I think I've got a little guide for this on the HackerFrogs GitHub. Just a minute. Let me let me look up my own guide. Okay, so it's after school web app stuff. Oh no, where is it? Guides. So beginner's SQL injection. If you want to take a look at this yourself, here it is. Okay, so determine the number of columns for union select, we've done this. Identify the DBMS used by the web app, we've done this. Determine the database names in the system. Although we cannot access databases aside from the one that the web app uses, it's useful for enumeration. So let's see. So at MySQL and MariaDB, it's going to be something like this. Schema name from schema name in here. Where is it? Where's our app? So you just put this in the second column. From, what is it? From information schema.schemata. Send that. Okay. So we get, whoa, what is this? Union DB, performance schema, information schema. So I'm guessing that the database we want to deal with is the Union DB database. So Union DB is the name of our database, and from here we can do some more enumeration. So determine the name of the current database. We sometimes need to know the name of the current database to obtain table names. So select database. So select database will let us know the name of the database. It's probably the union one that we saw earlier in the previous. So select database. And we don't need the rest of this from information here. We'll just get rid of it. Okay, send that. And we get an error. Wait. Select database. Select current database. What did we come to the... So this might be PostgreSQL, so we might need to do DB name instead. Sorry, where are we? Here. Okay, let's put on some new music, because that music list ran its course. How about some Baba Is You? Lots of fun here. Send that instead. Oh, you know what? I forgot to delete this stuff. Okay. Remember, everybody, you have to be very accurate with your payloads, otherwise bad stuff is going to happen. Okay, so that doesn't work. What was that? What was the name of that other function? It's current database or select database. Okay, let me just copy that. Go back. So we're aiming for the second column here. Okay, now we get... So UnionDB is definitely the name of the database in question. So from here, we need to determine the names of the tables in the database. So select table name from information.schema tables, where schema table schema equals database. So I mean, I guess what we really don't need to get the name of the database, because we can always use the database function here. But you know what? It's okay. So we're just going to get the table name over in the application. Let's see. So we're using the second column again. table name, and then we're just going to do everything after all of the nulls over here. So from information schema tables where schema equals database. Okay. Send that. Okay, so we got real data and dummy data. So there are two tables in here, and we're looking for, I guess what we're looking for is we're looking for the real data table. So from here, what we need to do is we need to determine the column names in the tables. So once we've identified the tables, we need to figure out the columns. And what is the name of the thing? It's called real data. Bubblegum says, "Do you remember me?" I recall a user named Bubblegum, but I don't remember any of your messages, unfortunately. Can you refresh my memory? Thank you. Oh, sorry. We should probably put on like a countdown, because I don't have unlimited time. I join like every other month and just say, "Do you remember me?" I do remember that there was somebody named Bubblegum, but hey, how are you doing? We're just doing some web app hacking over here. Okay, so what are we doing? So select column name, right. So we're pretty sure that this is some sort of MySQL friendly database that's being used. So let's get in there. Okay, so from where? This. So we grab this entire payload here, go into union select column name null 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 etc from information schema.columns where table name equals your table name, and our table name is real underscore data. So real underscore data and table schema equals database. So send this, and we got ID and flag. So we have ID and flag. I mean, we just want to get the flag. So we just want to output flag from the, what is it called? Real data table. So we're just going to go up here. We're going to do ID, or we're going to do flag from real data. Okay, and we send that. And we get flag unions are so trivial. I mean, I think SQL injection, like union-based SQL injection, it does feel very hacker-like. So I do like it, because you have to do a lot of iteration and a lot of trial and error. That's why I think it's pretty cool. Okay, so we got next. So if you go over here, they're gonna teach you more about how to do union-based SQL injections. I definitely think it's this is a really good resource for people who want to learn about SQL injection. Anyways, let's submit the flag. Okay, so presumably what we need to do is we need to keep on following the tutorials over here, and this is where alternative way to using the final comment is to end the injection with an expression that's always true, like in the following example. So let's see. And 1 equals 1. Final comment. What final comment? Oh, this thing. I mean, the way I was taught SQL injection was to always include the double dashes and then another dash to comment out everything else. But they're also teaching us that we could instead use this and 1 equals 1. Well, I mean, we can give it a try. Let's see if we get the same result. Nope, we get an error. I wonder, let's see. From dummy data, union select, from real data, and 1 equals 1. This shouldn't, I mean, this shouldn't error out. But anyways, let's just do it the way we usually do it, because we know this works. Okay, so do they actually show you how to get the flag? No, they don't actually show you how to get the flag. Interesting. Okay, let's go on. All right. Let's do a quick write-up for this, because, well, we've done write-ups for every other one of these challenges. Okay, so this one is called Web 18 Union-Based SQL Injection. We'll try to go as fast as we can. So the URL for the challenge, the concept we're trying to understand in the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Let me get that link. So this is union-based SQL injections. Okay. So we are directed to access this web app. Let me grab the link. And if you want to try this out yourself, this is the link right here. Okay, so on these web pages, we are taught about union-based SQL injections. To solve this challenge, we need to supply valid union-based SQL statements to get additional info from the database. I guess we can talk about the different steps as we go through this. So step 1, identify the number of columns returned by the original statement. So let's see. If we supply the number 1 as the user input, we see this. And I guess we can let's go back. Where are we? Here. Okay, so we just supply the number 1. We get a bunch of data here. So it's yeah. So this stuff over here, and this indicates that there are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 columns retrieved by the query or the statement. We should call this a query. Okay, so step 2 is I guess we can skip straight to okay, sorry. Step 2 is determine which DBMS is being used by the application. So DBMS is which type of SQL. We supply this payload to test if the app is using MySQL like syntax. Okay, and the payload is where? Okay, let's get the payload. Here. Okay, so you need to select null version, right? Version? Null. It's 2, 4, 6. Okay, so let's see if this is valid. So this is valid. So this is the payload. So the result lets us know that the system or the app is using MySQL-like syntax. Okay, so next is step 3. Step 3 is to get the table name. Retrieve the table name or the table names in the database. Okay. So the table names, we need to now that we know that we're using MySQL like syntax, we use this payload to get the table names. And what is the payload? It looks like this. What was this? Determine the table names in the database. Select table name from this stuff. Okay, so we just need to go in here. So the second column, we insert table name, and right after the nulls, we put in all of the from information schema.tables where table schema equals database. Okay, in there, paste it in, send. Okay, so this is the valid payload. And copy that. The resulting output lets us know that there's 2 tables and something and something. So it is what was it, dummy data? Dummy data and real data. Okay, so we're now doing step 4. Step 4 is getting the column names from the real data table. We can use this MySQL friendly payload to get the column names from the real data table. Okay, so what's that payload? Column names. So column underscore name. From something something. Let me get that. Edwin Seb says, "What up, Shy Hat?" Hello, Edwin Seb. Nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. I'm just doing some SQL injection stuff. I'm pretty sure you can access this website without being logged in. So if you want to learn about Union SQL injection, you can do so here. You're going to need to translate this from Italian to whatever language you speak. English, maybe? Or maybe you're more comfortable speaking another language, I'm not sure. Anyways. Okay, so from here. Okay, so we have to sub out your table name with real data. Let's see if this works. Okay, so we see here that there's ID and flag. So let's we're pretty close to finished with this write-up. Okay, this lets know that there are two columns. ID and flag. Okay, there's only one more step. Step 5. Step 5 is getting the contents of the flag column in the real data table. This payload will get the contents of the flag column. Okay, and what is that payload? Whoops. Where's the app? Here's the app. Okay, so we just need to from real data. I guess we can put this between some quotes, and we want to get flag. Yeah. Nope. Wait, what? So select null flag, null from real data. I guess we don't put this between some strings. Yeah, we don't need to put it between some quotes. Okay, so this is it. This is the final payload. Done. Okay, that's done. That's the entire write-up. And you know what? The next one's not gonna be super. It's not gonna be super fun because this is starting with the blind SQL injection. But I guess we'll see how the OLIcyber website handles teaching about blind SQL injection here. So we got blind SQL injection, and the final one is time-based SQL injection. Okay, so everybody, if you want to check this out yourself, here's the website. Okay, so let's load up the website. Okay, we need to translate the web page. Huh, it's funny how we can just go to all of these different sections. Okay. What was it? Translate? Translate page. English. Translate. Okay, in this challenge, we will not have the complete output of the queries, but only information about whether the queries succeeded or failed. Okay, so Edwin says, how did you enable translator in the URL section of the browser? Because by default, we don't get the translator in Firefox. I mean, I'm using the Kali Linux Firefox. I'm not too sure whether or not it's non-standard. But if you go over to like your settings over here on the right-hand side, there's translate page. I mean, maybe it might be because you haven't updated your Firefox in a little bit. Or I'm not completely sure. Let me know what's going on in your application, Edwin. Okay, to extract blindly information, we can imagine the server as an oracle, and we're subjecting him with a series of questions of true or false types. Okay, so if we just send 1. Okay, success. So we see when ID equals 1, success. So this is the actual query being performed. In most cases, you're not going to be able to see this level of information, but you will see something that indicates whether or not your query was successful. So ID equals 1, successful. We can't do. I mean, are we trying to do union? Okay. Anyways, let's let the tutorial, teach us a little bit. Okay, next. So the type of SQL injection is called blind because it's not possible to view the query output directly. As exposed in the previous chapter. The general strategy is to question whether a character to a data location is X, and if the outcome is false, repeating this query while some other value of X until we've ascertained. Okay, so in pseudocode, the algorithm is as follows. With this payload, the result of the query solely depends on the condition after the where. You can check it by replacing the first condition with 1 out of 2 and then observe the result. Okay. Now that we have our oracle, we can try to rebuild the flag. If you don't know the specific characters that may appear in the data you reconstructed, it can be useful to instruct the database. Okay, so I think we use the SQL hex function to encode the word secret. Please note the character. Don't forget it. Oh boy. Saint of Ice, hello, nice to see you here. We're doing some blind SQL injection now. I hate blind SQL injection. Okay, I mean, we could... I'm not sure whether or not I'm going to go through with this manual blind SQL injection because I kind of hate it. Okay, now we can recover the flag. It's in the column a secret of the table secret. Okay, I mean they just tell us, right? So we have to begin a cycle to iterate over the characters of the flag. Inside we'll have another cycle which will take care of the question for any possible hexadecimal characters. Little old Bobby drop tables. Yep, kind of like that. Okay, so I mean, I wrote something kind of similar for the later levels of the HackerCTF game. So let me take a look at the stuff I've got for that. Let's see, walkthroughs. Take a look at the HackerCTF game. Where is it? It's from Over the Wire. Over the Wire Natus. I think the SQL injection levels are like 13 and 14. No, this is file upload still. Is it 15? Boolean-based blind SQL injection. So this is kind of like what we're looking for here. So identify the SQL query will return true or false, and craft an SQL payload which will return true or false, and includes the name of the valid user. So in this case, it's not a valid user, it's just the... We're just looking for... We're looking for the password. Substring, and we're looking for the password table. Okay, let's throw this at the current application we're looking at. So the current application is this. We're obviously not looking for... We're not looking for password in this case. They tell us here that we're looking for from secret where hex a secret is like something something. Okay, from... So we're looking for... one in... The table is secret, and the column is a secret. So let's see, was it a secret? And we could send it like the letter A, and it's probably going to come back false. Failure, right. So what we need to do is we just need to iterate through this until we find a correct character. Okay, so substring a secret B. So the only thing I'm concerned about here is that we're not actually looking inside of the correct... We're not looking inside of the correct table. So how would we remedy that? And substring... I guess the other way we could do this... There's another resource for learning about some SQL injection, blind and otherwise, over at tryhackme.com. So tryhackme, let's take a look at the dashboard so I can start searching for this stuff. Okay, so SQL injection lab, I think. Yeah, no, it's SQL injection. So this is a free module from tryhackme. Okay, so we're looking at the Boolean based. So we're doing a union select from users where username equals something something. The thing about these these blind SQL injections is that the payloads actually get very, very long. So what we're doing here is we're trying, in this example, they don't know the names of the tables in the database, so they need to use blind SQL injection to find out. Okay, so it's not very often that I go for a manual approach for SQL injection, so let me see if I can figure something out. So we're going to do the substring for a secret, but we need to make sure that it is also I wonder which one of the chatbots is going to be more cooperative. I found that ChatGPT is a little bit more cooperative, especially if you tell it that you're doing specific hacker stuff. So let's start a new conversation over here. New chat. Okay, we are doing blind SQL injection for a CTF. Can you help me craft some payloads? It's thinking. So we basically need to figure out like a pattern that we can supply to the database. I'll give you a practical compact sheet of blind SQL payload templates for common DB engines. Oh, you know what? It just redacted everything. Wow. So the interesting thing about ChatGPT is that it'll actually send you data, but it'll redact it after the fact. But anything that you got from the chat app beforehand, it's still, if you were able to collect it, then it's still there. Okay, I didn't quite catch that. Are you able to help with crafting blind SQL injection payloads for a CTF exercise? It's probably going to tell me no this time. Let's reload that conversation. I think it's just refusing, flat out. Okay, we'll try asking Claude. Okay, I'm doing a blind SQL injection exercise. Yeah, no worries, no worries. This kind of stuff happens all the time with ChatGPT. For a CTF competition, can you help me craft some payloads? So Claude is more likely to just say no. Oh, really? Wow. Okay, so this is working. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so let's explain. What about Gemini AI? I'm not sure. I mean, most of the time I'm working with Claude. Gemini probably is probably more strict. That's my guess. Okay, so what do we have? Okay. Where are we? We want to get the contents of, what are we looking at? Now we can recover the flag, which is in the column a secret of the table secret. So they tell us that the column is called a secret, the table is called secret. It's table secret, column a secret. Okay, let's go back. The contents of the secret table from the column named a secret. We think we can use the substring. We can use the substring function like this. But I think I'm missing some part of the payload, because this payload doesn't reference the secret table. Okay, let's see what it thinks about this. You need to use a subquery to reference the secret table. Here's the corrected payload. Correct payload with subquery and substring. Select a secret from secret limit 1, 11b. So the key difference is wrapping select statement in parentheses to make it a subquery. Okay. So, Okay, full character extracted process. So we just keep on if there are multiple rows. Okay. Let's give it a try. This is going to be very tedious. Okay, so we got, let's do A, failure, B, failure, C, actually, wait, it should be F, right? F for flag? Success! Yeah! You can also do greater than or less than to save time. Pebble, hello, nice to see you here. Pebble knows all sorts of stuff about SQL injection because Pebble, do you have your Burp Suite certified practitioner rewrite scheduled already, or what's happening with that? Pebble is also a Twitch streamer who does cybersecurity content. This is their page. If you're interested in advanced hacking stuff, especially if you're interested in Windows Active Directory hacking stuff, Pebble's live stream is the one to watch. He's usually streaming on Sundays. Maybe this weekend. Yeah, I mean, are you confident about, have you been practicing? I guess you could do some practicing before the weekend comes up. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we've got the correct pattern here to do the blind SQL injection. We just need to come up with the scripted way to do it. And let's see. So for the previous challenge, I came up, well, for the not a CTF challenge, we came up with a script that gets the job done. So let me copy that script and see if we can apply it to this challenge. So let's go ahead. I have not, I'm pretty sure what I missed last time. Yeah, I mean, I think you said that you were given, was it 4 applications or 5 applications to test, and then you had to get the flags from all of them, or all but one of them, or at least all but one of them, or something like that. 2 apps, 3 stages per app for 6 flags total. Okay. Oh, you need to get them all. All right, that's pretty strict. Okay, we'll call this web 17 blind.py. Paste it in. Okay, so the URL is going to be different here. I don't need to provide basic authentication. There's no authentication at all on this page. Okay, character set is ASCII strings and letters, strings and digits. There are a couple of special characters that we need to use as well. So the URL is going to be a different one as well, because the web page is located over here. So Pebble, if you want to give this a try yourself, you know, if you're bored, here you go. And what I need to do is I need to figure out, well, actually, let me get a little more information about this web app. We'll go into Burp Suite just to make sure that the request data is correct. Okay. Starting up Burp Suite, I need to get this URL so that I can supply it to Burp Suite in just a little bit. Proxy, open browser. Okay, so we just need to record this in the Burp Suite browser so that it gets into Burp Suite in the HTTP history. So post to API blind at web17.channels.olicyber.it. So let's just get that. We can put it in the script, because otherwise what was the rest of that? /API/blind. Okay. Storage for the extracted password is this. Session and maintain connection and auth. So session equals, we don't need to supply authentication in this case. There's no authentication at all. So just get rid of this stuff. So the character set is string ASCII letters plus string dot digits. We should probably also include string dot special characters. Let me look that up. Python string special characters. Okay. How about Python string module? Is it called string or strings? It's called string, okay. Alright, let me take a look at Python string module, constants, utility functions, and classes for string manipulation. Okay, so string.ASCII letters, string.digits, string.punctuation. So we need to include these, because we have the feeling that the flag also has these curly braces in it. Okay, plus string.punctuation. Okay, So that's just another set of characters we need to iterate through. Extracted password equals something. Starting password instruction. We know that the password is 32 characters from the previous levels. So we don't know how long this flag is going to be. So we need to modify this. So the payload is also going to be different. Let's see. Oh, wait. Let's undo. Where's my undo function? M plus E? What is M? Hold on. let me look up how to do undo in Nano. So to undo your last, let's see, Alt plus U. Okay. Username. And substring. So it's just going to be 1. In this case, we're using single quotes and not double quotes, so I need to make everything here double quotes. And we need to make this stuff over here single quotes. Okay. And let's see. So we're not sending username in this case. Oh, you know what? We're sending JSON information. Hold on. Let's put this in the repeater. Yeah. Huh. Were we sending JSON information in the other level? I don't think we were. But maybe, I don't know. But yeah, this is JSON information here. Okay, so let's see, let's go back. So I guess the payload here does seem to be JSON information as well. So it's not username in this case, it's query. Alright, so let's put on some ads because they've got ads running on Twitch. Okay, let's put on, what are we going to do for the birds? How about these birds? Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds, just need to have a little water break. Okay, so let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. So and substring password position something something password. Okay, I think I see what we need to substitute out of here. Let me grab this. Just so. Okay, text editor is here. I just want to make sure everything is spick and span before we start messing around. Okay, the web application is here, and this is the valid query. And substring select a secret from secret limit 1, and then we got our position over here. So this is where the character goes. And we need to make sure to escape from this. And we're also escaping from this. Yeah, we need to escape from the single quotes here. Okay, and what else? We need to include the position. Position 1. Position 1. Here? Okay. Alright. We're just trying to come up with a valid... Why can I never put this stuff in the right windows? I've got my code happening in the nmap scanning window. I guess we can rename this. Python coding. Okay, so this is not going to be query, but it's going to be whatever we got. So we know the password is 32 characters. We don't know the password length in this case. Starting password extraction. So in this case, we're not dealing with the password, but we're dealing with the flag. So just for the sake of clarity, we'll rename all this stuff to flag. So flag extraction. Found character, position in character, extracted password, but this is extracted flag instead. We didn't find a character, shouldn't happen for... It shouldn't happen. Couldn't find a character. Okay. Complete flag. Extracted flag. So there are some things that we need to modify from this script because the environment isn't exactly the same. Specifically, what we need to do is we need to find a way to make this open-ended. Because in this case, in the previous case when we were dealing with Natus, we knew that the characters were exactly 32 characters long. We don't know what the length is for this flag. So we need to find a way to have the script exit after it can't find a character for a position because it doesn't exist. So this is the way we do it. Actually, I'm just going to do a once over one more time to make sure that there's no... Craft a Boolean-based injection payload. Send the request. Response equals session.post. URL and data payload. Okay. So the other thing about the script is that there's no session data to manage, so we can just get rid of all this stuff. Okay, and I'm gonna ask the AI for some advice, because I need to rewrite a part of the code. So let's see, web 17 blind. And I'll do some explanation over here. Alright, so we have a Python code that we're writing to do the blind SQL injection to get the flag from the app. It's modified from another script that we did for blind SQLi for another exercise. We need to rewrite it so that it prints out the extracted flag when it cycles through all of the characters and can't find a match. Okay, and then we will supply the script. Let's see where it modifies the code. Okay, here's the corrected version of your script that will print the extracted flag when no match is found. Okay, same thing. Extracted flag. So for position in range 1 to 100, increased range in the case the flag is longer, found character equals false. Found characters equals false. So this is the So what's modified here? The thing that's modified is that the range is much larger because we don't know what the character is, what the length of the flag is. So it could be up to 99 characters long. So let's just go back into here. We'll just modify the code. So what is it? So we're not talking about passwords in this case. Storage for the extracted flag. And we don't know the length of the flag, but it could be up to 99 characters here. Okay, so we're just going to increase the range from 33 to 100. Thank you very much, Hubert LS, for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Welcome in. Welcome in. You're now HackerFrog. Okay, so we got 100 characters, and what else? For position in range, 1 to 100. Found character equals false. Okay, let's modify that. Was it found underscore character? For character and character set, payload equals this thing. Adjust based on form fields. Username, I mean, we don't need this. The payload is query. I don't know where it got username and password here, because we don't need this. Oh, you know what? I forgot to put in query here. Hold on. Because we know from Burp Suite that query has to be the name of the JSON information we send is query. Okay, so let's go and adjust that. So query equals, well, Okay, so it looks like this is just indented by 4. So just this. Okay, and what about the rest of the script? Send the request, check if the character is correct, if this user exists in response. So this user exists, this is not the actual message. We need to adjust this. So when the query is correct in this application, it's different. It is success. Okay, so extracted password equals plus equals character. So it's not password, it's flag. Print found character position character current something something position character. Okay, and let's see if the AI rewrote any of this stuff over here. Sorry, where's the payload? Substring, secret, position. Okay, so this is the same. Found character equals true, break. So this is a Boolean response. So found character equals true, break. Hold on, does this exist in the other version? Ah, okay. Okay, if we didn't find a character, shouldn't happen, but it does happen in this version. Okay, let's see how it changes here. If we didn't find a character, we've reached the end. If not found character, print final result in case the loop completes without a break. If not found character, print no match found at position, extraction complete, complete flag, break. Okay, so this is all indented 1 and 2. And it's this part here. Okay, this is indented 1, indented 2. Okay, so now all we need to do is pray that this works. All right, let's write it out. And you know what? We can do it like this. We'll have our coding window over here and our execution window over here. Launch new instance. Launch new instance. Okay. Okay, so let's see if our Python script works. Unterminated string literal detected at line 22. Oh, hold on. Run nano with the lines. Okay, line 22. So unterminated string literal, we got, okay. Right. Just gotta... Session is not defined. Response equals session.post. So in this case, there's no session. So we need to take a look at line number 26. There's no session in this case. What does it say in here? Request.post. So it's not session.post, it's just request.post. Okay, and what else? Session is not defined. Response equals session.post. Didn't I save this? This is line 26. No, I didn't save it. Oh. Okay, so starting flag extraction. Ding Kyako, hello, nice to see you here. Binary hacking again? No, we're doing web hacking right now. We're doing blind SQL injection, which is my favorite. And by my favorite, I mean not my favorite. I hate it. But yeah, we're just trying to figure out if we can get this Python script to work to do blind SQL instruction. Blind SQL injection. Okay, so no match found at position 1. Okay, so I think we need to keep on working on the script. So the injection payload is here. I'm guessing you do not want to run SQL map. I mean, running SQL map is kind of cheating. I will run SQL map if I'm in a rush, but this is more of an education environment, so I want to figure out if I can get the script to work in this case. Okay, you know what I can do? I'll feed this to the AI. I was trying to modify this without doing like a complete copy paste, but we'll see if it can figure out what I'm doing wrong here. Okay, so I have this as my current script, but I think I have a logic error. Logic error in here somewhere. Okay, I found the logic error. In your payload, you're using a regular string instead of an F string, so position and car are being substituted with the actual values. Uh-oh, that's no good. Query and F string. Okay, well. That is no good. Okay, let's go back in here. So the problem is that we need to provide an F string in here, otherwise it doesn't work. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, position, character. Equals. Okay, it didn't work. Man. Okay, so what else does the AI tell us here? And substring, position, character. Before, okay, and then afterwards it should look like this. Notice the F prefix before the string. Without it, Python treats position and character as literal text. Also remove the backslashes before the quotes around character. They're not needed inside an F string. Are they not? hold on. Okay, we'll try it their way. And we'll try it again. Something tells me it's not working. So extracted flag, substring, select. Okay, so let's take a look at the script from the other level. So the script from the other exercises here equals slash, and what are we actually sending in the example here? Okay. We do need these single quotes, I'm pretty sure. We need the single quotes in this scenario, otherwise it's not going to work. What's good, Neems? Hello, nice to see you here. Just doing a little bit of Python fun. And by Python fun, I mean Python not fun. What is up with you? How's your cybersecurity education going? Let us know. Okay, so we'll do the escapes for the single character, for the single quote characters here. Craft a Boolean-based injection payload. Payload equals this. Post the payload. So we also need to specify that this is JSON information we're sending. Okay, let's go back. So we're sending JSON data to the app. Is there anything we need to add to the script to indicate this? Okay, you need to add headers to indicate that you're sending JSON data. You would use, and also use JSON equals parameter instead of data. Really? Headers, okay, so headers to indicate JSON content type application JSON, print, okay. I mean, maybe we need to add this stuff over here. Where are we adding those headers? We're adding them in just under the extracted flag. Okay. Let's see. In your request.post URL equals URL, JSON equals data. JSON equals data. Thank you. I think it's JSON equals data, where data is your variable holding the payload. Okay, so request.post, where is it again? So it's not data in this case, it's JSON. JSON equals payload. So payload equals this thing, query f something something. And we have to include the headers. So let's see. Headers equals headers. Yeah. Okay, let's give this a try and see if the script works. Okay, maybe, maybe not. But Denkiato, thank you. Thank you very much for the advice. Very much appreciated. Okay, so it seems like it's still not working. So payload, okay. Key changes, added headers dictionary. Yeah. Changed data equals payload to JSON equals payload. Okay. Added headers equals headers to the request. Query equals F. Let's see this thing. Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't seem to be working right now. Okay. Payload equals... I guess we need to do a little bit of debugging. We want to... Let's try printing the payload. So print payload. Okay, this is going to make it a lot noisier, but I really want to see what is actually getting put into this payload. Okay, so here's where it should... We know that the first character is F. So since it doesn't work, we know that the... We know that the payload as a whole isn't registering correctly, because check if the character is correct. Boolean response if success in his response.text. Well, let's print off response.text as well, because let's do that here. So print response.text. Okay. So we're not even making contact. The CSRF token is missing. So we can't... The CSRF token is missing. We get a bad request. So we can't hit this. So that's the reason why it's not going through. It's just everything is coming back response 400. Okay. So I mean, how do we get... I mean, I'm not even sure. Okay, so we've hit a snag. We need to get a CSRF token from the app. So we might be able to get a CSRF token, like... Yeah. So you need to first get the CSRF token from the page, then include it in the requests. Here's the updated script. Okay, so get CSRF token, fetch the CSRF token from the page. Response equals sessions.get URL, beautiful soup. Common ways to find the CSRF token. You know, they should be covering this in this over in this part of the page. Thank you very much, Uwu Engineer. Wow, that's a great name. Welcome to the stream, Uwu Engineer, and let's give you a Nyan Cat, because I'm sure you'd appreciate this. Hello and welcome to the stream. We're doing some SQL injection Python scripting right now because we really like making blind SQL injection scriptable, because otherwise it is a nightmare. Okay, so hexadecimal representation, blah blah blah. Complete the script, launch it, and proceed to the next challenge. What? No. We need to... Oh, you know, they even tell us what the dictionary is here. I mean, I don't even... Rip Bobby Tables. Yep, good old Bobby Tables. Okay, success, we have a match. Yeah. Okay. Well, complete the script, launch it, and proceed to the next challenge. Yeah, okay. What's the URL in your Python scripts? Is it HTTP or HTTPS? That's a good question. I'm pretty sure it's regular HTTP, because, yeah, HTTP, this thing. We tested this with Burp Suite over here. Oh, we did get a CSRF token. Okay. And we do have a session. I'm not even sure if... I mean, this looks like a JSON web token, but we shouldn't need to be logged in to access this thing. Hold on. So I'm pretty sure we can just do this in like a private window. Yeah, and it takes us straight here. I wonder if Bobby is related to Alice and Bob. Maybe Bob. Maybe Bob Jr. These people are all related, of course. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so is a CSRF token session-based? If it is, maybe your script would work if you put in the session token in your headers. So is the CSRF token session-based? I thought CSRF was generated with every request. Okay, so here the AI is suggesting you need to get a CSRF token from the page and then include it in your requests. And so get CSRF token, here's a little function. Common ways to find the CSRF token: method 1, method 2, method 3. And we need to insert the CSRF token here and include it when we send our request. Okay. If the CSRF token is in the headers instead, then we need to do something different. Okay, common header name, X CSRF token. You know what? Let's see if it is actually included in the request here. Because let's try curling this. Okay, method not allowed. We're not allowed to get. We have to post. And it actually doesn't give us the CSRF token here. So post, and instead it says bad request. The CSRF token is missing. So we definitely need to get that CSRF token first. All right, let's put on some new music. Wow, it's gotten this late already. Well, I've been working at this thing for a while. Okay, let's end off the stream with some StarCraft music. I wouldn't think you'd get issued a CSRF token on a 400 series. Yeah, I mean, the only reason why it's a 400 series is because we don't have a CSRF token. So, Phantom Sniper, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about some go to hack, and have a great day.
Mr. Hackney, please be excused from class.
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Have a great day. I found a time-based payload that allows you to infer each character. I'm about to use FFUF. Let me know if it works out for you, man. Okay, so we could press the I believe button over here. You know, just copy paste, and if it works, then we can go back to the script and try to figure out why it works or why it doesn't. Let's call this test 1.py. Okay, so we've got this script over here, and then we'll just try running it. Failed to get CSRF token. Okay, so this doesn't work. Let's try the second script it recommends here. It also said here that we don't... You might need to get it from a different page just as needed. Okay. So let's see. If CSRF token is in the headers instead, then you do this. All right. Did it get the CSRF token? CSRF token in header instead of body. So I'm pretty sure... Oh, you know what? There's some problems with this version of the script as well, because we need to escape these single character things over here. Let's see. Okay, so doesn't seem to be working. Maybe maybe there might be some clues in sad trombone. Yeah, sad trombone indeed. Wait, we've got a token here, but the token is going to change with every request, so we can't use these old tokens. It's going to be a new CSRF token each time. Each time a request is made. So I mean, we also have like a cookie, like a session cookie for some reason. Just for fun, because I really like, you know, looking at these JSON web tokens. Just going to take a look at this in jwt.io. Oh, this is a CSRF token. Huh. Yeah. Okay, so... So the CSRF token... I mean, I'm pretty sure we can't just send this. We can't just send this session token, or can we? Okay, I mean it seems like the session token seems to be working, even though, you know, we've sent the thing multiple times. So CSRF seems reasonable, depends on what they're doing backend wise. So I think all we need to do is we need to adjust the script so that it includes this cookie. Okay, how much time do we have? I think we've got about, let's say, 20 minutes. We'll do another 20 minutes, and if we haven't figured it out in 20 minutes, we'll do it next stream. Or the stream after that, who knows. Okay, so that's, yeah, 20 minutes. So I think all we need to do is include this cookie. But CSRF should be reissued on each response. The cookie will have to change each time. So let's change. So query equals 1. Let's try sending the SQL injection payload here and see if it works. So the SQL injection that we know works is this thing right here. Okay, send this. Bad request. Failed to decode JSON object. Did I screw up my... Ah, okay. This needs to have another double quote. Okay, this is okay. So result, success. SQL error, none. Yeah. So, I mean, we just need to send the cookie. Okay, so... What do we do with the request module if we want to include this cookie with each request? Ooh, engineer, do you, I'm fuzzing it with FFUF. You're absolutely right. Okay, so you include the cookie in your request in several ways. So using request.session with cookies recommended. Let's see. Alright, so in this case, session equals request session. Yeah, create a session. Set the cookie for the session. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. So we do need a session for this thing. Let's see, extracted flag. Create a session. We'll do this under the URL. Session equals request.session. Set the cookie for the session. Whoa, what? Why did I go all the way back up to the top of my... Okay. Set the cookie for the session. Sessions.cookies.set session equals blah 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 blah. Okay, and then what do we need to do next? Engineer says, I dabbled in agentic flows with Claude earlier this year to get a feeling for it. Most frustrating month of dev in my life, to be honest, even writing for my own MCPs. But just asking it for info is all good. Yeah, I mean, I've tried using Claude AI as an AI agent, and I had some mixed results, but I had some good results as well. There are some things that Claude seems to be able to do very well that that ChatGPT is not able to do. So what else is changed in the script? Decode the first part before the first dot. Wait, why are we doing this? What are we doing? Use the cookie header manually. Nope. Using cookie parameters in each request. Nope. Using requests with sessions recommended. Okay, so we just need to modify response equals session.post. Yeah. Like this. Okay, let's go back. Ooh, Engineer says, I'm just too much about the craft, I think. Took all of the fun out of it. With your setup, I think you should replace request.post with session.post. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do right now. Okay, so where is it? Response equals sessions.post. Sessions.post, URL, JSON equals payload, headers equals headers. Made it more about arguing with the tools than writing code, and I prefer tools that I don't have to argue with. Yeah, I can see that. When the AI doesn't want to give you your answer, that can be a big pain in the butt. Okay, so response.text. Okay, so we're still getting bad requests. The CSRF token is missing. And maybe it's really looking for this token right here. So XCSRF token. I mean, if that's the case, so I don't know how to pronounce this name. Is it Soho? Listen. Let me know how to pronounce your name, and I'll pronounce it whatever way you want. But thank you very much for following on Twitch. Let's give you a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get out!
The thing is that I'm sending the same CSRF token each time, so it seems like Hack the planet. Yup. Okay, so we just want to include this. Gosh darn it. Okay, so we'll include this with the headers. And where are my headers then? Where are my headers? Content type, application JSON, and we also want to this one. So XRF token XCSRF token this. They're trashing our rights, trashing the flow of data, trashing. Hack the planet. Okay, let's see if it works if we just send the same CSRF token over and over again. Oh, it seems to be working now. It seems to be working now. Hold on. Okay, so let's turn off the debugging stuff. So we don't need to print response text anymore. We'll comment this out. We don't need to print the payload anymore. We'll comment this out. And we'll run the darn thing. Found character 1. Found character 2. Found character 3. Found character 4. It's working. It's working. Okay, so are you not going to find another character? You should be finding flag? Is that you know what? I hope it's not flag. Well, actually I kind of hope it is flag, because if it's flag, then it means I can leave. It means that I can finish the exercise. All right. Let's go in. So flag, submit. No, wrong flag. Okay, so what am I missing here? By the way, include the character. Yeah. I mean, it should be included from this. Where are we? So the character set. String.ASCII letters, string.digits, and string.punctuation. So punctuation should include the opening and closing brackets. So print character set? Oh, okay, yeah, I can do that. Print car set. Yeah, it's got the brackets, so I don't understand why it doesn't. I don't get why it doesn't work. Huh. I think the CSRF token expired. It should have found the 5th character then. I mean, let's send it. If we do this manually over here, we should be able to FLAG and then this. How many characters? So this is position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is position 5. Yeah, this should be this is success. Wait. Is this coming back? Let's reload the page. Failure. Okay, so okay, Cyberneer Dante, can you confirm that the 5th character after flag is the open bracket? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can only test one character at a time. Oh, right. Success. So, yeah, you're right. So 5th character is open bracket. So, why wasn't it able to get the thing? Okay, so character set, we printed that out. I think my CSRF token expired. Because the I'm not getting a response from the thing anymore. Okay, so I want to print out the response here. Print response.txt. Python's being a hater. CSRF token typically cycle with each response. Yeah, so this is all, what was it? Bad request. CSRF token has expired. So the CSRF token, the one that we supply in our headers, we need to get a new one. So we can probably get a new one from Burp Suite here. Let's go to the proxy. Okay, we got a session token. Let's send this to the repeater. Send response. Okay, so we get the response. We're not issued a CSRF token. That's okay. Let's get a CSRF token here in the Burp Suite. Okay, well, just send here. This seems to be having some problems. Just a second. Okay, so we'll just send this one. Result success. Okay, so this should be recorded in our Burp Suite now. Proxy. This one here. So we've got a new CSRF token. Let's grab this. We'll just paste in the new one. It is a bit of a pain in the butt that we need to do this over and over again. Dan Kyako says, oh. Maybe after 5 characters the CSRF changes. Ooh, that's possible. Okay, so we try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then we try all those special characters. Yeah? Shuffle through all the special characters. We found what? We found it. Okay, I mean we keep on going. Yeah, it's I think we're actually getting the flag this time. Samardente says, I used FFUF to make 722 requests with the same CSRF token with no problem. I don't know why that's doing it to you. I do not know either. Okay, I mean we are getting hits. So I think the app decided that it's going to cooperate now. Sick in the Mind says, so hey, Sick in the Mind, what is up? I'm hoping to be able to finish this challenge and then I can go get some dinner, because I usually get dinner after the stream is over, and I'm usually super hungry. Greatest battles to the strongest soldiers. Is that it? Thank you. Thank you, Ethereal. Alright. I'm sure I'll get the rest of the flag. Eating would be good. Yeah, it really would. Okay, I mean, we're getting hits. Otherwise, we wouldn't be going back in here. Let's see. Denkio says, now I see why SQL map would be cheating. I'm not sure. You might have to do a lot of tweaking to get SQL map to work with this application. But I'm not too sure. If you want to give it a try, let me know. Let me know if SQL map is leaking this out like super easy. When I write scripts like these, I like to see what's happening with TCPic. A blindy flag. Wow. Alright, let's try submitting this thing. No match found at position 20, extraction complete. This was a bigger pain in the butt than I thought it would be. A much bigger pain. Okay, submit this thing. What do you mean, wrong flag? Oh, no. Okay. Got it. Submit. What? You earned that dinner. Legitness, well done. Hey. Hold on, let me copy that thing again. Cybernerd Dante, can you confirm the flag? Does it look like this? Is it missing the hash? Do we need to include a hash? Wrong flag. Let's take a look at the application here. Complete the script, launch it, and proceed to the next challenge. This is blind SQL injection. Let's see. Cybernerd Dante says, this is what I got. I never submitted it, to be fair. A blindy flag. I mean, this is the same thing that I got. Flag, a blindy flag. Are you submitting the flag in the correct format? This is the standard format. It's flag and then curly brackets. And gifted a sub to Sick in the Mind. Wow, so ethereal. Thank you very much. This is very generous. They're asking for some weird flag, maybe something. Something. Look at the website at the placeholder text. Okay, so... Well, the placeholder text looks weird. It only looks weird because of the translation. If I switch the translation to the original, then it'll look normal again. Let me translate the page and show original instead. So yeah, so this is what it looks like originally. So it's flag, ... something in the middle. A blindy flag. Submit. Wrong flag. Hold on. Union-based SQL injection. It can't be this one. Blind SQL injection. It has to be this one. Yeah, I don't know. So, I mean... Let's try submitting this for the next challenge. Yeah, this is the wrong flag here as well. So, I don't know why. You know what? It's okay. It's okay. In my heart, in my heart, in my heart, I finished the challenge because I was able to write the script that does the thing, or I got Claude to write the script that does the thing. And either way, I feel okay. All right, so I'll go back in. And I'll try to figure out what went wrong. Are you trying to put? Did you try putting a blindy flag by itself? Still says wrong flag. Okay, so what are we doing next time? So this is the Wednesday stream. There's still the Friday stream, and on the Friday stream we do binary hacking stuff. You got robbed. It's okay. I'll look up what's actually happening later. So what are we doing on Friday? So we're going to be doing some hacking history. If you've got a hacking history topic that you want us to cover, let us know in the chat. But we've got web app hacking session number 5. We got binary hacking over at PicoCTF. I'm going to be doing some demos because I want to eventually start writing a course on binary hacking, which means I need to, teach myself how to do the darn stuff. And then we're going to be doing some stuff over the wire talking about the Leviathan CTF lab. So this is more binary hacking challenges. So please look forward to that. Okay, so let's take a look and see who we can raid on Twitch. And I wonder if the InfoSec streams... Okay, so you got Your Cyber Doctor, and we got Blaze Bits. I've never seen Your Cyber Doctor before. Let me take a look at what they're doing on Twitch. And we also need to see how long they've been streaming, because sometimes... Oh, okay. This person is doing Cyber Doctor Learns Hacking Day 32. Okay, sounds like a lot of fun. They're doing some Try Hack Me. No, Hack the Box. This is Hack the Box. And looks like they're doing Starting Point on Hack the Box. So let's give some encouragement. They just started their stream and they've got 1 viewer. Let's join in. Okay. So let's do raid. Your Cyber Doctor. All right, everybody. Thank you very much for coming by. I appreciate all the support, and you were all very helpful in helping me write the script. Okay, so everybody, when you get there, please give this message over here: OSFrog, hip hop hack OSFrog, and I'll see you over there. Catch you next time. Thank you very much. So don't forget the raid message. Everybody, HackerFrogs is out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you on Friday.